If the Earth is flat, Pete,
Okay.
then there would be no measurable change in elevation. Q.
Okay.
Elevation is a measured change in the vertical axis, therefore not Q.
Therefore, Earth is not flat. And in maths, you can prove whatever you like. I'm saying it's not physics. That's all that I'm saying.
Yeah, so where does the proof of your flat Earth, where does that come into it?
You measure Earth as flat with a flat baseline to a ground position to start. You can also prove a flat Earth by measuring angles. How useful for proving a flat Earth? It's a measurement of a flat Earth. Okay, measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
So what about the proof then, right? Does the proof of flat Earth that you have, does that lie within the bounds of science?
I will get triggered now because this is dishonest prick.
Okay, measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
Well, I was just wondering, when you were talking about proof of your flat Earth, is that the same proof as the proof that you were talking about with Jaren in science?
I answered the first two times. I said no. Twice. No.
I will
No.
get triggered now because this is
Measuring
dishonest prick.
things like a flat baseline to a ground position for stars, not scientific. That's a measurement. Science establishes
Should I
the
show you how
cause
it's
of an
possible,
effect.
mate?
That's the science we deal with. We deal with natural
By
science.
using scientific
And while
method,
the knowledge can be put on the cover of a book as the science
prove the Earth
of
is flat.
ground position, the star, here we specifically deal with natural
Should I show you how
science.
it's possible,
That's
mate?
the scientific method.
by using
There's the
scientific
distinction.
method to prove the Earth is flat.
And I'll agree with you. In maths, you can prove things in the maths. The maths itself is an abstract language. Whereas physics, that's science and the scientific method, is dealing with the physical. It's the difference between science, physics, the physical, and maths, which
Should I
is
show
an
you how it's
abstract
possible,
language to describe things. Now, if you're saying you can prove things with maths, 1 + 1 = 2. Ground position. Proof. To start. And you were equal to, you've had 1 plus the other one. I can accept that that's proof. Ground position. Maths. To start. In physics, it isn't proof.
Should I show
Because
you
it
how it's
isn't
possible,
physics.
mate?
Physics is the
By
physical.
using scientific method to prove the Earth
Okay,
is
again,
flat.
I can use the scientific method to prove the Earth is flat. Not the Earth is flat because of scientific method. There's a difference. Shape is not science. But I can use method, the scientific method, to show that it is flat.
Ground position. To start.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
I got your numbers, they're right here.
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Sphere, not see
You
thing.
have to open your mind.
Flat, I see thing.
Imagination is all you need.
You do know science is also
Don't
deductible.
take advice from fools.
That is a fact.
Everything that they say is in vain.
This is a flat Earth proof. Yes, that's correct.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Should I show you how it's possible, mate? By using scientific
Yes,
method
that's correct.
to prove the Earth is flat.
An Earth was proved to be flat by these measurements.
So we would assert that that average is how average the level of level is. It's flat. There it is. That's how we use it. The deviation from that reference means it isn't flat.
Everything is relative to you.
I will get triggered now because it's a
You
dishonest prick.
just have to say
Yes, that's correct.
generality.
It's a what is.
You
Go.
like those straight lines of curves.
Means it isn't flat. Yes, that's correct.
Drive down the road, don't you ever.
The elevation changes make the Earth not flat.
Third, then, it's a stupid argument. So this is a flat Earth proof.
Where all of this goes.
Don't report to FED or no one. I am my own person. I am my own person.
Yes, that's correct.
Everything that they say is in
By using scientific method to prove the Earth is flat.
Never take advice from fools.
To prove the Earth is flat.
That they do is in vain.
Don't report to FED or no one. I am my own person.
What's your observed phenomenon for a flat Earth?
Did I say flat Earth was my observed phenomena, or did I say I can use scientific method to prove it's flat? Huh.
Okay, what's your observed phenomenon? to prove that it's flat?
I see too far. How's that?
I know the game that you're playing,
You want to know, JC?
and I know exactly what's on your mind.
Nah, I'm just letting the FED crew know
You
that
got your playbook, it's alright.
their lapdog needs more
Your
training
model dictates what you will find.
because you're an idiot.
And I don't know
Okay, what's your observed phenomena to prove that it's flat?
where all of this goes.
I see too far. How's that?
Don't take advice from fools.
Because you're an idiot.
Everything that they say is in vain.
I'm manipulating my position.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Do I manipulate my position when I manipulate my position? Do I manipulate my position when I manipulate my position?
What does your position have to do with the shape of the Earth?
You have an angle towards this.
You can also prove a flat Earth by measuring angles.
Observe, which is
How
already too
useful
far
for
to
proving a
see.
flat Earth.
Now that is scientific fact. There's no real evidence for it, but it is scientific fact.
The rebuttal is actually a straw man. And that's, why I want to clarify, because I think that's worth pointing out, that the rebuttal was a straw man. Nowhere in the argument is the words level plane even mentioned. Topography is not mentioned. And it's only about the elevation change, which is a measured change on the vertical datum. There is no conflation between baseline and topography in the argument. It's just a simple if-then argument about elevation change. And obviously the Earth is not flat because of elevation change. That's what the argument is about. I mean, we can read it out, the entire if-then, again, if it's needed.
Read me one more time, just so I can hear it again. Sorry, say it one more time.
If the Earth is flat, Pete,
Okay.
then there would be no measurable change in elevation. Q.
Okay.
Elevation is a measured change in the vertical axis, therefore not Q.
For Earth is not flat.
But the refutation to the argument being that there's some sort of conflation going on between a baseline and topography is just a straw man, because that's not the case for anybody who actually reads the argument. That's my point.
Well, it's not an argument because you're convoluting the baseline from which you will measure, which is your mean sea level. You're convoluting that with the topology you're trying to measure. So it's not an argument. Just you're misusing words.
And me stating the fact that mean sea level is a point on a vertical datum and not a level plane is just a statement of fact. Mean sea level is not a level plane, it's simply a point on a vertical datum. That's all.
Yes, but it's not a level. You don't understand that. What you just said.
Non-argument, you stupid bonehead!
Okay, again, I can use the scientific method to prove the Earth is flat. Not the Earth is flat because of scientific method. There's a difference. Shape is not science, but I can use the scientific method, to show that it is flat.
Why do we have to listen to this incessant verbal diarrhea with the verbatim repetition of it? Bird it!
Just be patient, guys. This happened before.
Well, I was just wondering, when you were talking about proof of your flat Earth, is that the same proof as the proof that you were talking about with Jared in science?
I answered the first two times. I said no. Twice.
You don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
You don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Where's the science for a stationary Earth? Okay, way to demonstrate that you don't understand what science is without saying you don't understand what science is. Because science deals with cause and effect relationships. Though natural science, that's the study of the physical and natural world, is what we are dealing with here on Flat Earth Debate. Now that is exclusively the singular scientific method. That is exclusively illuminating the cause of naturally occurring phenomena. So when you say, what's the science of a stationary Earth?
Should I show you how it's possible, mate?
Okay. you're so used to being told that you can prove concrete nouns with science.
By using scientific method to prove the Earth is flat.
Prove concrete nouns with science, that you expect us to adhere to that non-standard.
Not the Earth is flat.
Earth is not flat.
Don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
Not the Earth is flat.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Because of scientific method. Shape is not science, but I can use the scientific method to prove the Earth is flat.
You can prove concrete nouns with science, that you expect us to adhere to that non-standard. It's not a cause and effect relationship that you're asking about. So when you say flat Earth,
Should I show you how it's possible, mate?
measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
By using scientific method to prove the Earth is flat.
that's not something happening. That's not an occurrence. That's not a phenomenon. You're not going to get an IVDV relationship.
Do I manipulate my position when I manipulate my
It's
position?
absurd to ask us for the science of flat Earth.
You can use the scientific method, to show that it is flat.
No, you can ask for the measurements of flat Earth, the geometry of flat Earth.
Okay, measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
The practical application of flat Earth, you can ask for all those things and we can provide them.
You don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
Not the Earth is flat.
You don't understand.
Not the Earth is flat.
Earth is not flat.
It's not my problem if you don't want to
To
learn.
a ground position.
Just on your own.
But asking for the science of a concrete noun demonstrates you don't understand what science is.
To a ground position.
No reason.
The star.
No logic.
Ground
No
position.
wisdom.
The star.
No worries.
Elucidating the cause of an effect, and the
You're
effect
just on your own.
exclusively natural. Only natural.
Does that lie within the bounds of science?
To question.
No. Ground position. The
You're just
star.
on your own.
So what about the proof then, right? Does the proof of flat Earth, does that lie within the bounds of science?
No.
Well, it's not an argument because you're convoluting the baseline from which you will measure, which is your mean sea level. You're convoluting that with the topology you're trying to measure. So it's not an argument. Just you're misusing words.
What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Sphere, not see thing. Flat, I see thing. I will get triggered now because this is a dishonest prick. You can use the scientific method to prove it's flat. Flat itself is not a science. You want to know how I can use science to prove it's flat? Have you ever thought of that? How would you do it?
Was that your
proof.
Are you going to try and plug your shit on my channel?
No, I wouldn't want to do that.
Loss, if you're telling me you're going, I didn't thank you in return, you noticed.
Yeah. Keep watching Nathan Oakley. And we are live. Welcome everyone. Hopefully we'll get a chance to actually go over the finishing off with the Flatzoid, the chat we had with Flatzoid. But first, I think it should be pointed out once again that as we've been looking into logic and argumentation and all that, we've been saying for quite a while that there is no argument to be made for the globe, a positive argument in favour for the dogmatic globe model. Now, the dogmatic globe model can be proved. We can do that. But they don't seem to be able to do it for themselves. Now, we've been saying that along with this model affliction that comes along, there has to be a contradiction that has to be accepted. And that accepted contradiction means that you're outside the bounds of logic. Logic doesn't work with contradictions, and therefore there can be no argument made for the dogmatic globe because it's entirely built on contradictions. We've been saying that for quite a while, and I don't know why people haven't decided to just sort of accept it, because I mean it's a known fact, right? There is no argument, no proof for the dogmatic globe, except the stuff that we can give you. But that won't work exactly the way you think it should. But logical method, there is no argument. What we're going to explain tonight is that the flat earth seem to have joined in on this thing. Now, I've been talking to a lot of people over a fair few years, and up to now, the flat earthers that I call flat earthers, the ones that have been engaging in conversation, seem to be able to understand arguments and stuff. This one argument is being upturned by a group of flat earthers, a small group of flat earthers, but they're very vocal. They seem just the same as the dogmatic globe guys. That's why from now on I will call these people Flat Earth Society. Not flat earthers and not globe earthers. This is just Flat Earth Society. These are the people that want to push these contradictions and circular arguments. That's the only way I think I can go forward with this, because I do know a lot of people that do call themselves flat earthers, and they're very nice people. I don't want everybody to be thinking I'm going against them just because you've decided to take on the mantle of flat earth. That's
good afternoon.
There you go.
Speak of the devil.
Yeah,
there he is. please don't call me the devil. In a very nice way, Rob.
It's just a label that people have taken on.
I
we
understand.
all live in reality. That's what we try and discuss here.
Thank you very much.
So yeah. If you're a flat earther, don't think I'm going against you, and don't get triggered if we happen to point out contradictions that you may hold, because there's a lot of contradictions that people have to hold in, not only in modern life but in reality. The acceptance of that contradiction fully means you've moved outside the bounds. We have this thing called epoche, and it's where you reserve judgment. It's a middle ground. Call it a fence sitting ground if you want, but if you know something can't be proved, or you can't prove it, then epoche just means that you don't have to accept a shadow giant telling you that this is something that you won't know. You can't prove it, but somebody else did. You don't have to take that on.
And in addition to that, it comes along with another term that's been lost, I think, which is ataraxia. And ataraxia is a sense of peace. And these terms were used by, I think it was the
Stoics.
Was it the Stoics, Bev? Yeah. So and I think we've lost a lot of that, even as a society today, of it's okay not to know. And it's okay to not hold the contradictions in order to, quote, know something, unquote, right? So I would rather me personally, I would rather have no contradictions, because I believe that keeps my brain from honestly going mad, than to accept a contradiction. I don't know why, because everybody else is, because it seems to be a fad, because it's something I've imagined in my mind. I mean, whatever the case might be, where I've accepted a contradiction, or that I have a faith, right? That's, for me, again, personally, that's the only place that I reserve for contradictions that can be allowed in my mind, is my faith, because there are certain contradictions in the faith that I hold. But I fully admit that's a faith. But when I personally talk about my own reality, I can't have contradictions, because there aren't contradictions in reality. There's no paradoxes in reality. So, but if you're okay with it, you're okay with it. It's no big deal. It's like, we can have a conversation. It's all right.
Yeah.
But for some of these people that just won't accept a simple argument and look at that argument and go, okay, I see where you're coming from. I think that's a bit simplistic, or whatever you might want to say, or I am holding a contradiction because it allows me to say this or that about a thing that I'm imagining in my mind. Have an honest conversation, but don't say that the argument that Bev put forward in that in that montage at the beginning of the show is wrong, because that's fucking dishonest.
Can I have 1 second?
Yeah.
So, as the resident flat earther, but it's not really flat. I get it, because I love the flat Earth meme that you got now. The picture with the logical statement. I love it. I even posted it in Science versus Pseudoscience. Hilarious. Thank you, Bev.
Well, if you look at it as it is, it's one of the best arguments against the dogmatic globe. And it's an argument from reality that can be proved in reality. The fact that it states that the Earth is not flat is something that people should just be able to accept, right? It's a ridiculous name for something that obviously isn't true. Even if you take the flat as being a surface condition, a visual surface condition that you can't measure any change, it's smooth. Well, that's not what the surface of the Earth is. The land isn't that. Simply. So, I mean, you can decide to go into different realms of further distances away and imagine it's the size of a cue ball or whatever, like most people do. But that's not reality. A cue ball's a cue ball. You can't put something a different size than what it is. It's just ridiculous. So that's the point that we're trying to make here, is that there are actual arguments. And the longer people just start looking in different areas for things that are really contradictory, the longer it's going to take you to notice reality. But isn't that what everybody's doing in this arena, right? People know that this arena is just another escape from reality, because reality is where all of the contradictions are. It's a scary place at the minute, reality. So if you can hide within this flat Earth, globe Earth argument, well, that's if that's what you want, good luck to you. Times are going to get tough pretty soon. And when I say tough, I mean mentally, because the contradictions are building up. There's far too many of them. People are noticing them. And people are going mad as well. Right. Let me get this video. Let's get it done. Okay, so we are going over the second half of the Flatzoid conversation that we had. It was a 2.5 hour conversation. Probably could go over it. Most of the stuff we do now, and with Buster's songs, they've lived their time within the globe narrative. I don't particularly, like I said earlier, I don't want to be bagging on flat earthers, but there are a certain group of people that are pushing contradictions. That needs to be pointed out. And if anybody does want to come for the conversation, that's what we're here for. We have a Discord channel that's open to anyone. You'll have to let us know if you do want to come into the Discord. Type in the chat, in the live chat, and we'll get your voice verified. Then you can get into the chat room, but it's open to everyone.
Grow some balls.
Well, that's all it is. It's just conversation about stuff. And if you're certain of what you think reality is, then come and have a discussion, because that's all we're talking about. Actual proofs in reality. The conversation was hopefully meant to be had, but this is obvious. It's going to be showing that it's obvious that there's a group of people that can't have that conversation. It's tough. A lot of things are tough. Right, are you guys into the Discord? Let me get the screen on over there. Oh, it's not really much over there. If anything comes on, I'll put it in. You guys right? So we're going over it.
Yep.
Flatzoid might start speaking.
A simple yes, correct. Perpendicular, it's perfect. Perfectly sitting horizontal to your vertical.
Not until you've checked it, Flatzoid, and you don't seem to know how to do that.
You've set it up, you've done your corrections, it's sitting level, Bev. Would that be a horizontal datum set, Bev?
Yes, the auto level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Wait,
yes,
Bev,
Flatzoid.
Wait, Bev.
Go on.
A horizontal datum?
That's what he says, yeah.
You let that slip.
Well, it is, but it's a horizontal datum established on the backside. That you know the height of your original datum, so when you do your backside, you add the measurement of the vertical to that datum, and then you have the auto levels datum level.
Understood. I'll back off.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, it's good that you point that out, but yeah, the auto level it's just transferring that datum from one point to the next through the use of the tool.
Right.
It
took me 20 minutes.
That. Now,
yes, exactly. But why are you fighting against that, Brett?
I'm not fighting against it.
You've been for the last 10 minutes.
It is a horizontal plane. What I'm telling you right now, again, that horizontal plane does not prove the Earth is flat. It's very simple.
Bev,
very,
is that
very
horizontal
simple.
plane
Flatzoid.
infinite or not?
If light is straight, then it could. But if it's curving up or down, then no.
Sorry,
I don't know who that is that comes in there.
Yes, some interjection. Yes, curving light. This doesn't matter in that discussion.
A line, drawn line on a scope is not light, mate. It's a drawn line on a scope that always stays the same distance. That horizontal distance, infinite horizontal reference you made is...
Right, so it's either a horizontal distance or an infinite horizontal plane. Can't be both. Can't have an infinite distance established with a tool. Flatzoid's getting flappy when he does all of this. But remember, we're talking now about an auto level, a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference. Flatzoid thinks that's flat Earth. I've got a level in the corner of the room, right? It's not set up on a tripod, but it's still a level. So according to Flatzoid, that can establish a flat Earth, which is ridiculous. And I'm pretty sure that when they made the tool, if it was establishing a flat Earth, they would have called it a flat Earth tool. It's a tool that establishes a flat Earth. It doesn't. It just establishes a horizontal.
Infinite. It never changes once you set your horizontal, Bev. Sorry, am I talking to Bev? Yeah, exactly. Horizontal plane.
Well, you
so
have
Bev-
to do transitions, so it can't be infinite because you have to keep making transitions.
So the transitions come after you set a horizontal.
The auto level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
And
With
once you've
that
established
horizontal
this,
plane, we measure elevation changes of the land, making it
Right.
not flat.
sorry, you set a horizontal infinite plane. You
Not
then
infinite.
you measure
This is
that.
Strawman.
No, like
This is
an
Strawman.
I'm gonna
infinite
keep
plane.
singing. You don't understand.
Each time that I'm telling him about the transition and from the point to the point, why does he think it's infinite? Or is he just literally talking about the mathematical concept of horizontal now?
The point is why it is Strawman, because even if this plane was infinite, it has nothing to do with measurement of vertical changes. That's why it is called Strawman, not related to your proof. So nothing to do with what you said. He's avoiding this vertical changes. That's why he's making this Strawman.
But remember, this is a conversation about proof. So Flatzoids, it seems to me that Flatzoids trying to get to make a point, something about horizontal, whether it's infinite or whatever, right? But he's linked somehow horizontal to flat Earth.
Yes, but in order to somehow disprove your proof, he should use this infinity to disprove your point. And by the way, even infinity of horizontal plane would not disprove your statement that there are changes in vertical datum. So that's why I call it Strawman, because it is not related to your proof. So not just nonsense.
Let's see where he's going with.
Then
Where'd you get infinite
inclines
from?
You measure inclines and slopes off of that horizontal infinite plane baseline, which means it's flat, Bev. Remember, topography doesn't make the ground not flat, mate.
It does.
No.
Yes, it
Flat
does.
is
Topography
Must I
doesn't
go
make
back to the
ground
drawing
not
of the-
flat.
Yeah, he did say that.
This
My
is
gosh.
just blatant absurd.
Yeah.
Just nothing else to add. No comment. No further comments.
This is why flat earthers get a bad name for saying stupid things. And that is one of the most stupid things I've ever heard. Like, if you want to say that, look at all of those lumps and bumps, well, they're flat, then I can say it's flat. Just by literally redefining something in a contradictory manner and then saying that's your argument. That's what Flatzoid's just done. Let's hear it again, just so everybody can hear it.
Topography doesn't make the ground not flat, mate.
It does. Topography does not make the ground not flat. When it literally does make the ground
I would
flat.
say that what so flat with topography is the same as flat without topography. So, for example, if we have a still lake, and we can say that the surface of the water in that lake is flat, so we can say that there is no topography or no waves on that surface. That's why we call it flat. But if this lake is surrounded by mountains, so that would be topography. And they are flat also. This is just contradiction, nonsense.
What if a lake is what if a lake is on? I'm sorry, Rob. Go ahead. What did you say?
I just wanted to say I don't agree with Flatzoid, and I'm a flat earther, but it's just a subject. There's
not
no
meant
part
in
of
the literal sense, is it?
Precisely. There's no part of the land that we walk on that's flat that I can find.
The closest you can get are the salt flats, and there's a couple of them in the world. That's about as close as you can get to being able to say, yeah, that's pretty flat. Right there.
I'm with Kevin.
Right there. But does that mean the Earth is flat?
No.
By any standard, and I don't know if we're going to get to this or if we got to this already, but Flatzoid had asked you, Bev, if what you mean by Earth, and then kind of glazed over it, because therein lies part of the problem. But even if you get to the point where you're not conflating Earth with land and dirt, hills, mountains, valleys, if you're only talking about the water, which is weird when you say Earth, that you're talking about water, right? Then, yeah, if you're talking about Big E, but still, right? The idea that mean sea level somehow means flat because the water is still. Well, has anybody ever been to Lake Tahoe or seen pictures of Lake Tahoe? There's probably similar lakes at elevation in Europe. I've been to Lake Tahoe myself. That's at a, I don't know exactly what the elevation is, but it's pretty high up there. It's by no means anywhere near mean sea level, but it can be a pretty still lake. Does that mean that's flat? But it's at elevation. Does anybody see the problem here?
I would say if the water is still in that lake, the surface of this lake, you can say it's flat. This is what I said. And same with salt lakes. But we can see salt lake as flat, the surface, and if it is surrounded by valleys, mountains, or whatever, we can discern between salt lake and valleys and mountains. So we cannot say that the whole area is flat because salt lake is flat. Yes, we can say salt lake is flat, but surrounded by mountains which are not flat. So this is part which is flat, and there is part which is not flat, because we can recognize what is flat and what is not flat. But Flatzoid is equivocating. Mountains, lakes, salt lakes, whatever, everything is flat. This is just absurd.
And again, we mentioned this yesterday, but he's trying to tie now the horizontal that Bev's talking about, that you get by using a tool like an auto level or a water level tool, with flat. But there's also vertical planes that would also or could also be described as flat vertical planes, as stupid as that is, because it's redundant.
Slopes are just as flat, aren't they?
Yeah.
Inclines,
yes, they are.
Ramps.
Inclines. Absolutely. Can also be said to be flat. So, again, I hope we're making sense here as to why we object to this term. It's not because people say it's because we're being pedantic. It's not. It's not at all. You're making a claim about something. I mean, Flatzoid says it's not topography, although he says topography doesn't make the Earth not flat. I mean, that's fucking ridiculous.
You could say we're being literal.
Well, words mean things, don't they? At least you would hope, anyway.
We are talking about physical words, so why would we be not literal? If I am talking about glass, I am talking about glass.
Yeah,
I'm
we have
not
the
making
ability
analogy.
to be real because that's what we're dealing with. Like, why deal in something that you can't deal with in reality? That's the whole point of all of this, is people imagining great distances and infinite planes and all of that. Well, we live in reality. Let's just deal with the bit that we can deal with. And let's not, like, confuse people about it. Most of the problems that's going on here is that there's been a false dichotomy laid out. And it's a false dichotomy because neither of the options involve no contradictions. You have to employ contradictions in either one of the choices that you're given as far as Earth shape is said to be, right? Within the Earth shape argument, you're given two equally bad contradictory positions. And nobody says, try not to see the contradictions. Because if you see the contradictions, then you'll be cast out of that little arena, as we found out. Coming with arguments from reality that aren't needed and aren't necessary within the circular argument that's been laid out within the false dichotomy will lead you to come over here and have a chat with us. Because there's nowhere else to talk about it. So anyone, if you want to come over and have a discussion, not about flat Earth and not about globe Earth, but about reality. We're done with the Flat Earth Society. Can I play on?
Sure. By the way, flat is not orientation. It can be vertical or horizontal or any orientation.
I had there's one conversation that we had that we went over to talk to QE. That's when Adam had a little bit of a drink. And that was the first time I ever heard somebody say that flat is an orientation. That's QE.
Yes, I heard this some years ago.
I'd never heard it. It had never even come into my mind that people thought flat was an orientation.
Yes, he was talking about flat level. This is his expression.
Because maybe it's in the dictionary, it states flat. Because that's a descriptor of level.
Yeah.
It's not the only definition.
Of course.
But yeah, that's where we're at. When people say that we have working on definitions, well, no, it's not. When people say things like that about you, it's normally that they're hiding something within their own state of mind and trying to hand it off to other people, because it's easier to do that. And that's a broken mind. I've noticed that there are a lot of people that have accepted contradictions, and they're very hard to talk to. Most of them are within this arena, seem to specialize on talking to people that have exploded minds.
Yep, they get triggered very easily.
By the way, if dictionary is saying flat level, it is not exclusive expression. So it means, yes, okay, flat level is flat, but it doesn't mean that only level is flat.
Mm-hmm.
So you can have vertical, flat, or any other orientation. So it doesn't mean that it is exclusive expression. If you have flat, therefore you have level. No. You can say if level, then flat. But you cannot say if flat, then level. Because you can have different orientation. So You cannot exchange that because you would create illicit minor. Like,
see, I don't know when people say level. I don't think that is flat. I think horizontal can be deemed as flat, but level is a reference. It's a tool that gets used. So you're talking about a real life term, like as in that they try and say flat is horizontal. That's the equivocation, right? But it's not. Flat is a surface condition. Horizontal and level would be the equivocation, because they are the same. You can reference them one to the other and it be the same thing. But as horizontal is a real life term, so you just have planes in geometry and then perpendicular, and they would be described however you wanted to describe them within geometry. You bring horizontal to a real life term because horizontals exist not in the mathematical realm, but in reality. But it's sort of a link between geometry and that, because you can't just say horizontal in reality. You need something to be able to establish that. Well, that's a tool called a level. And a level is a balance. It's to make it equal on either side. So I don't think you can say level is flat. You would say that the horizontal plane that would be established would be as close as you could get to horizontal, therefore flat in reality. But that's not the level. You think about any tool level, it's not flat. The water level is just 2 points. That's not flat.
I agree, but still, plane, whatever orientation it would be, for example, even if you establish this horizontal badly, because your outer lever is not set up very well, this plane would be flat anyway, because it doesn't mean that if it is not horizontal, it is not flat. This is like man is an animal. You can say that man is an animal, but you cannot exchange that into animal is a man. This is the same. So you can say that horizontal is flat, but you cannot say that flat is horizontal, because flat means just surface condition, and this surface could be on vertical datum position. So that's why you cannot exchange that. This is predication upon plane. For me, completely redundant. But still, if someone is willing to do that, so that would be predication, horizontal, as a noun, and predication flat. You cannot say that flat is horizontal. You cannot exchange that.
Yeah, I mean, I've got clips of Fight the Flat Earth stating that a cue ball is flat. So if you want to end up equivocating with people over ridiculous terms that mean nothing.
What is cue ball? Because I was searching in dictionary, but I
billiard ball.
Yeah,
billiard
it's the white ball.
White ball.
The white billiard ball.
Oh, okay.
The one you strike the cue with.
Yeah, it's spelled CUE.
Okay. Now I understand, because I just didn't know what it is. How it is spelled in English. This is
Learn English.
Yeah, but some people, just on that point though,
I'm just fucking with you, paper.
Some people might say that Fight the Flat Earth was wrong. I can totally see that. It's a cue ball is absolutely smooth.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, you could describe that as flat, round, flat and round. Why not?
I will disagree. No, no,
Why not? It's smooth.
No.
Smooth is flat, no?
no, 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 no. Smooth and flat.
Maybe if you're MC2.
Because if you have, for example, I don't know, tar paper, it is not smooth. But if you are looking from, let's say, 1 meter, it is flat. So I would say that rather flat is visual condition and smooth is related to touch sense, not to eye. So I wouldn't equivocate that too.
The dictionary disagrees with you, I think.
Yeah, they
Maybe.
will be able to find a dictionary for them to be able to justify it, because let's face it, they want a 2D ball anyway. So like the people that you're dealing with will want to turn it into 2D because they'll have to, because it's the only way they can. It's through these geometric trickery that they do. I mean, we've heard it all. That's the next step where I don't think Nathan Oakley and all of that are ready for the 2D, 3D conversation yet.
But still, dictionary is just putting expression there which is in use, and this expression which is in use not necessarily has to be very logical. It is what people say, so
It's
they
just
put
common,
that
common use
common
of
usage.
language. Yeah, they can change the terms in the dictionary as much as they want, but strangely enough, in 2,000 years, they haven't changed level from being horizontal because they can't. But that's not the definition these people want. These people want a different definition. They want a contradictory definition. So get ready, because you're about to hear the biggest conspiracy ever coming from the globe side. We know what's going to happen, right? This is already been done many times already by countless other people. The argument that we're about to bring out, that the Earth not being flat, is going to be challenged by a group of Flat Earth Society people. Now, half of those people want you to believe that they're globe Earth believers, and they don't want you to have this argument that the Earth's not flat, because it exposes the fact that level being horizontal is how we measure the elevation changes. They don't want you looking into it. So therefore, they're going to have to try and convince you that surfaces are 2D. All surfaces are going to be 2D. They've got no other way. That's the globe argument. The globe has to go there. But Nathan Oakley's given them chance to completely avoid this argument now, because it's all going to go around horizontal.
There is funny comment in YouTube. Thomas says, cue ball has a flat surface, and Level Bastard responds, flat conference.
Yeah.
New word, flat conference. Maybe for imaginometry would be good. Flat conference.
Yeah, people are going to be struggling now to realize that 3 dimensions is where we live in Euclidean 3 space, not 2D. But certain people want the surface of a ball to be 2D. Flatzoid's helping them out with this ability to do this. Because the argument's going to be, it's flat Earth. And they're going to say, no, it's not. It's 2-dimensional. It's spherical. Because they've linked everything down to the base component of it. We're not dealing with reality anymore. We're dealing with the geometric non-understandings of two groups of people that have contradictory. I don't know how they're going to have geometric proof with contradictions. It's a bit hard. If you can't notice a vertical change from the baseline, then welcome to dogmatic globe two-dimensional surface. The conversations will go there, round and round, never ending.
No.
Yes, it
Flat
does.
Must I go back to the drawing of the paper for you, Bev? As
No,
a whole,
I'm just...
it's still flat.
Are you trying
it
to
just
say
has
that not
topography.
flat is flat? Because that's ridiculous. If you want to have that contradiction in your mind, then fair enough. But
Is a pancake
that's
flat?
a contradiction.
Is a pancake flat, Bev?
No.
Oh, what is a pancake then?
It's a pancake's a pancake.
Sorry. What is a pancake if it's not flat, Bev?
It's a pancake.
In three-dimensional space, a pancake would be considered flat, Bev.
A pancake, like, again, we're talking about proof, and we're having a discussion about proof. And he's just brought up a pancake.
So this is what you do, right? You want to prove flat Earth. This is what you do.
Yeah.
You make up some batter, right? I can give you a couple brands to choose from that are really good. You mix up some batter. You get yourself a griddle. And then you pour the batter onto the griddle. And then you flip it once it's hot on the one side. And then that proves flat Earth right there. Sounds good to me. I mean,
pretty
sounds
good.
tasty.
And tasty proof.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, tasty proof. Flatzoids, tasty proof.
It's all
Pancakes
about
are
the base
flat.
of the plate, isn't it? It's all about the base of the plate. Except when it's a pancake.
Mm-hmm.
But still, base of the plate is not a plate. It is part. So if he is talking about pancake, you can say that the surface, what you can see, because we can see surfaces only. We cannot see inside of pancake. So we can say, if we say that pancake is flat, it means that the surface that we can see of this pancake is flat. But it doesn't mean that the whole pancake is flat, because pancake is in three-dimensional. This is a three-dimensional object.
Here we go, pancake flat. I mean, what an argument.
Yep.
Genius.
Mm-hmm.
This is the caliber we're dealing with. Flat Earth debate is a description of the thing that you're talking about. It does not need any other descriptors.
So guess what, guys? A pancake can be considered flat, and it does not be, and it has divots and hills and bumps and stuff. Why? Because it would be a flat horizontal with so-called topography on it. This is exactly how Earth is described. Not because we live on a...
Who has ever linked pancake with horizontal before?
No. Never.
I didn't.
Like, why would anybody ever do that? That may be the first ever linking of a pancake to a horizontal flat Earth proof from Flatzoid.
I mean, to me, if you're going to say anything, say the griddle is... the griddle represents that. Because I have in the past, I have one of those electric ones. And if if your counter isn't quite right, then... you might want to get a level out, an actual tool level, and just to make sure your pancake batter doesn't run, because that's what will happen with a liquid. By the way, it will run, it will flow. But never heard pancake being horizontal. No, till now.
Well,
it's great.
Yeah.
Perfectly smooth marble ground No, because the base is flat and we have topography
Base.
in and on
Pause
that
it, please.
base.
It's the base again.
What's the base? Okay, everybody, I want you to go outside, get a shovel, because you're probably going to need one. Find me the base of the Earth, please.
No, only thing that I can imagine, which is not flat Earth, is like you are just building castle with blocks, Lego blocks or whatever on the floor. So you can say that the floor is baseline and you are building, for example, castle from blocks on that base floor. But the Earth is not floor on which there are mountains which are not Earth. They are mountains, they are part of the Earth. They are not built on some floor. The same with the sand, for example, sand desert. Where is that floor?
And nobody's
that
ever
base?
seen the Earth, if that's what we're talking about, because everybody's only ever seen the stuff that's on top of it.
Yeah. So dirt is not flat, not Earth. So it means that dirt is or soil is on Earth, and mountains are on Earth. So,
It's almost as if these people are living in a Minecraft game. If anybody's played that game or watched it before, where you can dig down to a certain point where you hit I don't know what they call it bedrock or whatever, and then you can't go anymore. I mean, is that what they think this is?
Don't
Is
know.
that
They
what he's
won't
trying
have
to
that
prove?
conversation, will they? We're trying to talk about proof, and he keeps bringing up stupid stuff.
I mean, if anybody in the YouTube chat knows what base is, what's the base? You don't even have a base on the water because there's depth to the water. There's ground underneath the water. I mean, what the hell? What's the base?
no, it means it is completely meaningless. This is made up terminology, I would say.
Oh, hang on.
But he
I
has said
spell
it.
it differently.
Don't forget this. This is a debate, right? So he's obviously thinks this is some form of an argument. He's going to end up telling me I'm stupid because I don't understand it. But Flatzoid seriously thinks this is an argument. Like I get the feeling he's genuine about this. Something's led Flatzoid to put himself in this position to say these things. There are obviously other people out there that are doing the same thing, because there's a lot of people telling me that I don't seem to understand the argument. Like, no flat earther makes this claim because the Earth's not flat. Seems to be a really hard thing for some people to say.
Can I give my definition of base now?
Go on.
500 hertz frequency and below. It's also omnidirectional.
Fair enough. There you go.
What about military base? It is a base, yeah, military base.
Military
Right?
base be like tut, 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 tut.
Well, unless he means the foundations, which is what we do. We go back to first principles, the foundations of our understanding, to see where we can build upon. It seems that Flatzoid's trying to tell us about the foundations of geometry, but literally through the Earth somehow. He's got everything mixed up. We're talking about reality and he's talking about I don't know what. I'm guessing, right, that in this argument, once you get into the geometric side of things, it becomes a little bit philosophical as well. And you've got to be careful to, well, if there are sophists around you as you're trying to practice your philosophy, well, you've stepped outside the bounds of geometry. There's no need for any philosophizing as far as geometry is concerned. It's already been sorted. There's no wonder involved in geometry. So where's the wonder involved? If Flatzoid's got the base mixed up and he's put it somewhere where he can't see it. He's put the land on top of it. He's hidden it. Occulted, let's say. Flatzoid's flat earth can't be seen because you're looking at the land. And that's not what Flatzoid's talking about. I say we've been working over this for a few years. And this is a common thread that people get into. It becomes that they're unknowing of the argument that they're actually trying to present. Flatzoid's trying to present a flat earth, but he's hidden it underneath the actual earth that isn't flat. The land. And I'd like to try and be able to help people through this, but I'm guessing the Flat Earth, Globe Earth, Flat Earth Society continuous argument doesn't want to get involved in reality because it can't skew it.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Are we going? It's not. Are you going to allow for some sort of other definition of flat Earth? Because at the moment,
hey Bev, one question, please, Bev.
What? Sorry,
Bev.
Is this?
Do you wear glasses, spectacles, or contacts? Yes or
no? Who is this?
Blartek.
Right,
do you wear glasses, spectacles, or contacts?
Blartek. Does anyone know who that guy is? I've never really had a conversation. He sounds like an Australian drunk dude that we probably have had round
or
here.
some kind of dementia, because he was asking like 3 or 4 times everyone who spoke, and he didn't like that person. He to me, he asked me this question like 2 times. So maybe it is dementia, because I think
he's in his mind. He can dismiss people's arguments because of them wearing glasses. It's a strange one, but that's the sort of people that Flatzoid has around there. I think that's another flat earther, that, to be honest, as well.
Yeah, but hang on.
Is he a flat earther?
Hang on. I don't know, but I use that as my argument. See, I wear glasses. I don't trust my eyes, so I need to get real close to the tool to make sure it's reading right.
Yes,
I don't trust my eyes. I trust the tool, and if I get real close to the tool, I can get within 0.5 millimeter on a water level. 0.5 millimeter.
Yes, I also I'm wearing glasses, but I do trust my eyes, because if I don't, glasses wouldn't help me. But it is because glasses make my vision better. So I can see sharper. So people who don't see sharp without glasses, they are wearing glasses to see sharp, and therefore it is better to wear glasses. So I don't. This question for me is just nonsensical.
Yeah, my eyesight is improved with the use of glasses.
Yeah, absolutely. Mine also. So, but he is saying that if we are wearing glasses, spectacles, or whatever, it means that we are blind. This is what he said maybe before. And by the way, in his icon, he has, maybe this is his face. He is wearing glasses also. So this is just, I don't know, troll.
Yeah.
Proof.
Well,
it's
there's a
proof.
lot of-
Proof of his flat Earth, I guess. If you wear glasses or not.
Maybe.
Are you Flatzoid's representative?
No, I don't even know.
I'm not. I'm asking you a question. I don't
I
even
wear
know.
glasses.
but this
You can
Apologies,
see me.
gentlemen.
I've
Carry
just
on.
been
Carry
in
on.
on
Sorry
the
about that,
camera.
blog tag. We'll open the floor for questions afterwards if the two guests would entertain that, would like that later on. But
Yeah.
let's just keep it between them for now.
So
Not that we're getting anywhere because the guy's so dishonest.
No. Well, let me. We'll probably be. So that's Flatzoid calling me dishonest. I'll keep pointing these things out. Flatzoid not once has he mentioned anything about his proof of flat Earth. He's never got into the discussion of proof. He's never even attempted to formulate an argument. He's just been asking me questions, and now he's calling me dishonest. Able to finish this pretty soon. I don't allow for contradictions for flat not being flat. The same as I don't allow for contradictions within geometry, mathematics. I don't allow for those contradictions in reality either. And you trying to say that an elevation change doesn't make it not flat is ridiculous to me, because it's very obvious that it's not flat. Surveyors will know for sure that they're measuring elevation changes of the land. They know it's not flat. Now, they also know that they're using tools that establish horizontal planes, right? And they know that those tools prove the Earth is not flat.
So what is the
I don't
Earth
know
then,
what your
Bev?
argument. See, that's something I have to keep pointing out, I think. If you're dealing with reality and you want to get people on side, you start talking about reality.
Yeah, but he will ignore what you just said.
I know, because Nathan Oakley wants to go over a conversation that I had with a surveyor, and he wants to think that the surveyor said that the Earth's flat when he didn't. So, yeah, that's why I want to keep pointing this out. Nathan Oakley's going to start misrepresenting people that I've talked to when I was talking to them about level being horizontal. Nathan Oakley's going to think that this surveyor said that the Earth was flat when he didn't. That's a lie. And that's a very dangerous lie in today's modern day, because people will chase people up. They will look for people's places of employment. They will check for any social media accounts or anything. And this group of people aren't very nice people. And that's why I wouldn't like to bring anybody who lives in reality and has a job doing what they do in reality into this particular arena. I'd say steer well clear of this. You don't want to be... The best thing is to just not get involved with anybody that starts talking about Earth shape. Because you can deal with certain things in reality, but the group of people that are in here get really upset when you just talk about reality and not their models. That's what Flatzoid's about to do. Argument is...
So what is Earth? Sorry, what is Earth then, Bev? Tell us.
It's
Since it's not
measured.
flat, it's not a
measured by
globe.
surveyors.
Sorry. Since Earth is not a globe or flat, what is it, Bev?
It's measured by surveyors in reality.
Okay, Bev, I'm going to ask you this again, and this is going to show you honesty or not. If Earth is not a globe and it's not flat, what is Earth, Bev?
Measured by surveyors. Triangulated
What is the Earth's shape?
positions, and all of the elevations are also documented. It's
What
all
is the Earth's
measured.
shape, Bev?
So he's trying to say shape, and that's something common to this particular arena.
I would
Flat
say
is
that
not a shape.
yes,
And a
and by the way,
globe
not
is not a shape either.
yes. If you are talking about surface part of that globe, so that would be
It's like,
section
what
of
is a globe? Isn't
whatever.
a shape.
Yes, for me, for example, I can say that mountain or valley, it is a shape because it has shape. It is ondulation. It is somehow shape. So you can say that this mountain has shape.
That's why I said to him, it's measured.
Yes, and
So
this
that's about as close as you can get. Like, go to the bit that you want and you'll be able to give it a triangle. I don't know. A curve, shallow curve, steep curve.
whatever, but yes, it is shape of horizontal, so vertical, let's say, in all 3 dimensions, because mountain is 3-dimensional, so it means that also in vertical, both in horizontal, in two horizontal lines, perpendicular and on vertical. This is what 3-dimensional objects are, like mountain. I don't know. How can you say that mountain is flat or whatever? You ignore topography when this is 3D. And supposedly this flat is 2D. So I don't know. It's just gibberish.
Yeah, it's a really bad argument, if you ask me. But
well, it's a bad argument, and he's continually, just like everyone else in this arena who challenges you, Bev, is asking you to make a claim on the whole of the thing upon which you live.
Yeah, not accepting the answer that I give.
Yep.
Ask me questions, I answer them, and then they say no.
You're being dishonest.
Ask the question again.
Yes, but still, it is nonsense because even because they bring this idiotic example that you are outside of universe or whatever, and you cannot see these ondulations. But before you start to go outside of universe, you can see. So you already know that the Earth is flat. So why would you go outside of universe, which is impossible, of course, to not see? You are far enough to not see ondulations. That would be his argument. But we already know, as we are on the ground, we know that it is not flat. So why to go farther away to not see? It is just nonsense.
It's all geometrically measured for you to discover for yourself. It doesn't have a shape.
Right. So in other words, if I say what is the shape, measured is the shape, guys. This is the level of dishonesty we have someone, because
Right, he's going to call me dishonest again, even though I've just said it doesn't have a shape. And he's going to now say that I said measured was the shape. Who's being dishonest, really?
Well, he did ask you specifically what the shape of the Earth is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he said if it's not flat or globe.
Yeah, then what is it? What's
if
the
it's
shape?
not these two not shapes,
Yes.
what shape is it?
Yes.
And I said, it's not a shape.
And by the way, surface of the Earth, this shape is constantly changing. So surface of the Earth is not built on pyramids or cubes or balls or whatever. They are completely irregular shapes. So how can you, and this surface is constant, so it is just not even surface. So as far as I know, there is no name for uneven and irregular shapes.
But in saying that, the people that do use the inverted commas shape conversation, like Flatzoid asking this, is because they do want to scale it to a shape. Like I said earlier, Fight the Flat Earth said that a cue ball is flat. So he has a shape. That cue ball has a shape. It's a ball. That has a shape. What are the other shapes that Flatzoid's talking about? Because that's not a shape. So Flatzoid's, no, I'm saying Flatzoid's playing the shape argument, and the only people that use the shape argument are Flat Earth Society members. Literally, the only people. Flat Earthers don't play the shape game. Flatzoid's exposed himself here.
But I can say that ball has a shape, and it is a shape. Ball is a shape, and cube is a shape, three-dimensional. But it doesn't mean that it is flat.
No, flat's not a shape. Say the only shape is a ball. So why would Flatzoid be bringing a shape argument into this entire discussion? Because obviously where we live isn't a ball, right? But that's the only shape that gets talked about, and Flatzoid's bringing that discussion up in this debate. So who's he working for? Who are the people that want to bring up a shape discussion into this arena? Flat Earth Society members.
I cannot imagine how can you derive from what you see in reality that the Earth would be or should be a ball. Because you can see that it is not flat, but also if you can see mountain it is not round shape. Many times you can see very sharp peaks of mountains, so it is nothing to do with a ball either. So nonsense. Another false dichotomy.
Shape argument. I didn't think I'd ever hear a flat earther playing a shape argument. Unless, you know, like it's his natural defense, his Beddy's side rules in play. And he's just imagining, he's reverting to the only tactics he knows is to have this shape thing. It's obviously changed a bit. Go on, sorry.
Maybe he's wanting us to provide an actual shape that flat earthers can utilize. Maybe that we take that on as a challenge. Can we provide an actual shape for them? Because flat's not a shape.
Yeah, you can't go to the extremities, right? You can't bound the plane with lines like Euclid does. Can't be done. Nobody can go to the extremities. So until you can go to the extremities, how do you know to define your shape? And then you'd have to employ the contradictory idea that perpendiculars employ a relationship between straight and curved lines.
Yes.
Or curved lines and curved lines. Like one or the other, but it's still contradictory.
He cannot sit. He sits on the fence.
No,
because he doesn't want to accept everything he's been bringing. Shows it to be flat.
Okay. So again, here again, Flatzoid saying that I'm sitting on the fence. Epohe. Definitely not a fence. It's one of the comfiest fucking positions that there is. What Flatzoid forgets really is that I do actually have proofs. Right? I'm not sitting on a fence. I can make claims and support them with evidence and proofs. Flatzoid can't do that. So I'm not sitting on any fence. I'm the one with the arguments and the proofs to go along with it. Right, so here's the thing. I don't live with contradictions. I don't have any contradictions.
All you've been doing the whole night is contradicting
Flat
yourself.
Earth is again. Flatzoid saying that I've been doing all night is contradicting myself. Anyone care to point out where one of the contradictions are? I mean, it's definitely within this arena. I've been told that from a group of people that I would call Flat Earth Society members. But they were dogmatic globe supporters. Flatzoid's just doing exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. Is a contradiction in its term. The very term. The Earth is not flat. There's a measured elevation change, Flatzoid, right? And also, the globe has many contradictions too. Now, I can't accept any of those contradictions. Now, people get upset at me for pointing out these contradictions, and this is one of your contradictions. The Earth is not flat, yet the very term flat Earth is the contradiction that you have to deal with. The oxymoron.
Okay, I'm going to ask you again, Bev. A pancake in three-dimensional space.
Pancakes. Pancakes. I say I don't accept contradictions. He's hitting me again with the pancake. Who's training these flat earthers in debate tactics?
The pancake, by the way, I can say that it is thick or thin, but flat is about surface.
Yeah, I think what somebody once has said, it's as flat as a pancake. Right? Now, that doesn't mean that a pancake is flat. It's a comparison, as in everything in reality, you compare one thing to another. And what people have said is, it's as flat as a pancake, meaning it's not really flat, but, you know, compared to a pancake, it's as equally flat. Which, hey, take of that what you will. Flatzoid's trying to use it as a proof of flatness. Pancakes.
Yes, but we don't live on pancake, because if we were, we would see that this pancake is not flat. And
how many mountains can you find on a pancake?
It's making a comparison.
Nothing.
Not of the Earth to a pancake, but of flat to a pancake. Like, where is the definition of flat that involves pancake? Or has Flatzoid just associated these two words together? And he's formulated it some way into a discussion about proof. And I would say if your proof ends up involving pancakes and shapes. You're struggling. You need to go back to the drawing board to start again.
But by the way, this is not scientific proof, because he said that he has no scientific proof, but he is using scientific method. So I would say that this analogy to pancake is his scientific method. Maybe, who knows?
Okay.
Pancake method.
Right. Yeah.
Is it considered flat or not, Bev?
Round, because it depends on the shape of your.
Is a
thing. If you get
pancake
griddle,
considered in three-dimensional
do it in a
space?
griddle.
Is a pancake considered flat or not, Bev?
Depends, doesn't it? I was thinking this when he was saying it. It's like, you would say pancakes are normally round, but you wouldn't say flat, because the flat isn't a shape.
Yes, they are thin. So
yeah, you'd think doughy,
thick ones, yeah,
round, like
definitely round if you're good.
Nobody would associate flat unless you're a flat obsessed flat earther called Flatzoid.
Yeah, Level Bastardin's got it in the YouTube chat. If Earth is a pancake and a pancake is flat, then Earth is flat. There's your argument.
yes, but it means that this is this funny disk model. That Earth is a disk.
Well, that's at least that's a shape, isn't it? Disc.
At least it's round.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
But still, it is thin as discs. So.
Well, it does have a base, right? It has the base that's probably equally as flat as the surface that you're looking at. Like both sides. Because you do flip pancakes, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes,
it's hard to tell which side's the top and which side's the bottom. It's like another model that we go with. Model afflictions, very real. And there's very big similarities between this Flat Earth Society members. They play together, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. Why do you think they say it's as flat as a pancake? Have you ever heard of that
can
saying?
You do a pancake in a wok?
Have you ever heard this?
Do you like that?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
They do pancakes in woks, don't they? The Chinese pancakes.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I never heard of that, but that was hilarious.
Saying as flat as a pancake, Bev.
I have, yeah. Like a saying. I mean, come on. We're talking about proof. And he's coming up with a saying that's as flat as a pancake. I mean, come on.
You can say anything as a joke, as analogy, as vague statement, or someone who wants to make hilarious statement, he will make oxymoron even. That's all right, but we are talking supposedly about science here.
I think we might be barking up the wrong tree, guys. I think I'm going back to Level Bastards comment, because I think there's some real potential proof here. Hear me out for a second. So you take a pancake, right? You take a pancake, and then you get a whipped cream can, the kind that has CO2 in it or whatever. It comes out, right? So you get your CO2 whipped cream, and you create mountains on the pancake, right? Now, scientific proof that the pancake is Earth, the whipped cream is mountains. You can just wipe the whipped cream away and you're left with the base pancake. So I am starting to come around to the idea of Level Bastards if Earth is a pancake.
But you can't
and
have
the mountains
cherries,
are the whipped cream. Why not? On top of the whipped cream, you just take it all off at once.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, are you allowed to include the cherries
You might
and
have,
whipped cream
you might have
on your
turned me,
pancake?
Kevin.
I don't know. I don't know these rules. I'm just making it up as I go along, much like Flatzoid was doing. Okay. There's really no, I mean, I can't take it seriously, which is why I'm making jokes about it.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Guys
Come
brought
on
a
now.
saying about pancakes into a discussion about proof. Just that should tell you everything you need to know. It's told me everything I need to know, right? This arena is ridiculous. I was only after a discussion about proof because Flatzoid had claimed scientific proof of a flat earth. He definitely did it because it's in the clip at the beginning of the show for the last 3 shows that we've done.
How long until we get to that proof?
Well, I don't think it ever comes. It just gets worse and worse.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Rage is near the end there too, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because I missed most of this. I think this was when I was at my in-laws or something. I don't know. I was out of town.
You were, wedding, wasn't it?
Oh no, yeah, I was at a wedding.
Yeah. Hey, UFC night. We know everything.
I think we could do a Modus Tollens though on Flatzoids pancakers.
Pancake, yeah.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, we had eyes at you at a wedding, Rob. We have eyes on you at a wedding. Keep that in mind.
Because you could say if the Earth was as flat as a pancake, then there would be no mountains because there was only like the dips underneath, isn't there?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
level bastards on it today. So we had Lakota Wind, who's had some good stuff, and now level bastards on it. He says, "Effie Maths brings pizza. He brings pizza instead of pancake."
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, the toppings, because that was they used to have that.
The
as
toppings,
thing, yeah.
Yep.
Is a pizza not flat? That was Red's rhetoric, wasn't it? Was when I went over there,
So.
Red's rhetoric said, "Is a pizza flat?"
It's a pizza flat. So no,
I should have
pepperoni
said
and
it
everything.
as
Sausage.
flat as a pancake, shouldn't I?
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh, hindsight, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Why would that be, Bev? Why would they say as flat as a pancake?
Because flat is
Why
not a
would they say
geometric
as
term.
flat as a pancake?
And-
As if that was the well, they really meant flat Earth. That's why they said flat as a pancake. They were talking about the Earth. God.
Oh, it is. We
probably
brought it on
describes
screen
it.
for you.
We
brought this. You even conceded that it was.
But
You even
it's-
conceded
it's
earlier
not
that it was.
within
It's
the
a plane.
definitions of geometry.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you again. Is geometry just descriptive or is it reality, Bev?
You can use geometric proofs in reality and describe things in reality through that geometric reasoning. You can use
Great. So
and establish
I can
the
use. Great. So I can use geometry to say a pancake is considered as flat. Thank you very much, Bev.
No, it doesn't work like that.
Yes, it does work
okay,
like
fair
that.
On a
enough.
pancake.
If that's
Can you do geometry on a pancake?
a pancake isn't defined within geometry.
All right.
At least not in any of my books. I've bought that one that they're talking about there, the Greek geometry from Thales to Euclid. So that's the earlier stuff. That might mention a little bit about pancakes. I'll see if I can find it. That's the way you want to imagine it. That's great for me. If anybody does want to come and understand any of these geometric proofs, which can't prove that pancakes are flat geometrically, because that's ridiculous. And if you would be proving that flat was nothing like your two-dimensional. So therefore, people would have the wrong impression of what flat is, because it seems like you want flat to be a contradictory term. You want flat
No, sorry.
to not
Maybe
be
you,
flat.
maybe you don't get that we are three-dimensional beings.
Right, here's another one of Flatzoid's contradictions. He wants flat to be a geometric 2 dimensions, but he also wants a pancake to be flat. And as he's about to say, pancakes 3-dimensional, i.e. not 2-dimensional. So here's the point. Flatzoid wants a flat to be both 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional, which is contradictory. You can't have that in reality. No,
Okay, so there's an extra dimension to flat when you're in a 3-dimensional reality. Hence why a pancake is still considered flat. Just because it's geometrically not a 2-dimensional abstract anymore doesn't make it not flat. It just means...
There you go. Literally, Flatzoid wants to add another dimension onto a term. Take it from 2 to 3 dimensions. He wants it to be both the same in both, even though you have a vertical change. Anyone else want to know who does that? That's right, the Flat Earth Society guys that we've been talking to for about 4 years. They do the exact same thing. Ignore the vertical change. Just pretend it's 2D.
It is considered flat because that's what it's describing. Geometry describes, mate. It's still a language. And by the way, all you've been doing as well is when you say fuck all got angles do fuck all, you're literally debunking that when you're saying we use geometry to do stuff.
I've never said angles do fuck all. I think he's misrepresenting the statement there entirely.
Yes. He's talking in plural, so it is not single angle.
No, the statement is it's developed from one of the axioms. 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space. Axiom.
Yeah.
Within geometry.
Yeah. So tell me again how a pancake is not flat, mate.
If you want to go back to how the angle, you can do fuck all with an angle. It's just a statement.
Sorry, the whole night you've been telling me what you do with an angle. Correct, Bev?
Which angle do you imagine we've been using?
When you establish a horizontal, you use a 90-degree angle, do you not?
No, the horizontal is a straight line.
Which is an angle.
No, there's not. Here we go again. Geometric
horizontal
understanding.
Is an angle.
Yeah.
Which
no
is an angle. Crazy.
How many other people think a straight line is an angle?
Okay, you can describe that this is 180-degree angle.
No,
you cannot.
Take
Sorry, paper.
The definition of both a plane angle and a plane rectilinear angle. Take either of them. There's a statement right in there that says that are not in the same straight line.
Yeah, 180 is in the same straight line. It's not an angle.
180 is not an angle.
It's some numbers, but technically, within Euclidean geometry, it's not an angle, because that's where angles are defined within Euclidean geometry, and it states not within the same line.
Yes, I agree, because angle is inclination of 2 straight lines, not one, because
that's right.
Of course they say that it is 180 degree because you can consider this line as diameter, and you can go with the circumference around, but it doesn't you would change definition of an angle. So you cannot have inclination for straight line to itself, because this is just silly to say that one line, straight line, has inclination to itself. That would be ridiculous.
A straight line has the sum of two right angles.
And two right angles are 90 degrees each. That's why they say it's 180 degrees.
That's why they had the definition earlier of perpendicular.
Yes, but still, to have two right angle, one right angle, you need two straight lines.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are just declining this line perpendicular to this, let's say, horizontal line, you will eventually land on the same line, on horizontal. So these two lines will overlap. So there is no angle there.
Carry on. There's no angle
really?
of a straight line.
So-
Yeah.
Sorry, last time I checked, when you set up a auto level, it's a 90-degree angle, Bev.
90-degree angle. I was thinking at this point, he's talking about the crosshairs, isn't he? You know, like there's a vertical crosshair and a horizontal crosshair.
Personally, I thought he was
Cut your
conflating
tongue.
90 degrees with 180. That's what I was thinking. But who knows? Who knows? Because he's so geometrically illiterate.
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
Yeah, and he's not very good at expressing his proof that he's talking about this, right? He's talking geometrically now and within tools that exist in reality, and he's talking about his proof. Yet, I'm not so sure whether he's actually ever used an auto level, whether he's actually set up an auto level. I know he's been round here as we were doing these things, but I don't know whether he came early and watched the setup and actually got involved in any of that sort of stuff, or whether he was just here for, you know, the show. I don't know. And I don't know whether he's actually ever got an auto level himself, set one up, or knows anything about what he's talking about. Well, it seems like he knows nothing about it, yet he's talking about it as though he does. There may be people listening when he was doing it that imagine that Flatzoid knows what he's talking about. I don't want to brag, but yeah, I do actually have an auto level. I've got a certificate in land surveying. Not many people have. I don't even think Jesse Kozlowski had a certificate in land surveying. Otherwise, he'd have actually shown it. And he can't. It just tells you to look up something on LinkedIn or whatever. No, the auto level, I'm trying to make a brew. The auto level establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
From a vertical, correct?
No, the auto level establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
From a vertical, correct?
You have to measure the... He's doing that thing again where he's asking the same question after I've just answered it with a no.
Yeah, because this is malfunction question. On vertical, what does it mean? Vertical is a thing on which you are establishing horizontal. It doesn't make any sense.
You know who uses that argument about the auto level?
Yeah, this is Nathan Oakley. He was saying about...
No. I'm talking about the other people that we've talked to about how the auto level works, and the Dornagon. They state that it is reference to a vertical, don't they? For a very particular purpose, they want to reference the vertical. Seems like Flatzoid's doing exactly the same thing. This is Flat Earth Society stuff. They want you to look at the horizontal, but focus on the vertical. Why would he want to do that? Why would Flatzoid want to focus on the vertical that isn't established, except within the crosshair of the auto level? I don't know whether it's because he knows the argument or he doesn't know the argument or he's Flat Earth Society. I don't know which. He's definitely not talking about reality, though. He's definitely not asking us. Because if Flatzoid knows that he's been round here, as we've been out there, doing these things with these tools that he's now talking about, he knows the people who are experienced within it. It's not him. Vertical change, the elevation above a point to establish the elevation of the horizontal, right?
90
Then you
degrees,
can reference
congratulations.
one point to another. Where's the 90? Oh, the staff that you're measuring. When you hold the measuring rod, you have to hold that in a vertical position. That's what you're talking about.
So a vertical, so you're holding a staff at 90 degrees. So you just said you can't do fuck all with the angle. That's exactly what you just used it for measuring an angle.
No,
you
I had
set
the
up your
measuring
auto
rod.
level.
The
You
measuring
set
rod.
up, yeah, which you just used an angle for.
Do you hear that?
Yep.
Let me go back.
You are measuring an angle.
Measuring
No,
an angle, yeah.
With with a measuring rod
That's fantastic.
and an auto
isn't it?
level.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Almost like he doesn't know a fucking thing about the tool. But,
Yeah.
I mean,
almost as if he's repeating Ruhif's entire argument that Ruhif's been doing 2-3 years ago.
Weird that, huh?
Yeah. Not surprising, though.
Strange. Mm-mm.
By the way, you are not measuring any angle because you assume and you want to this measuring rod to be in vertical because you know that would be perpendicular to horizontal plane you established with auto level. But you are not measuring that angle. You assume that you have this angle, this perpendicularity, and that's why you can measure distance, vertical distance, not an angle. So I don't know why he's asking this question that you are measuring some angle.
It's
I
the
don't know.
exterior angles of this isosceles triangle established by the stadia hairs. That needs to be in that vertical position. Otherwise, you won't get an accurate measurement of the vertical distance above the land underneath. That's the whole point of you using the tool, the level. That's all it's about. Definitely not measuring angles. I've rewound this so I can vertical position. That's what you're talking about.
So a vertical, so you're holding a staff at 90 degrees. So you just said you can't do fuck all with the angle. That's exactly what you just used it for measuring an angle.
No,
you
I had
set
a
up your
measuring
auto.
rod. Measuring an angle?
No, you are not measuring. You know that
Measured
this
anything, any angle?
it is already there. Staff is vertical and auto level is horizontal. Yes, so between these two is 90 degree. Yes, we can agree, but it is not measured.
Yeah, but wait a minute. I think something's missing here. You got to hear what he's actually saying. He's actually saying you measure an angle with an angle.
Yeah.
That's what he has said.
Mm-hmm.
You measure an angle with an angle.
By positioning the measuring rod vertically and using a tool that's horizontal, he thinks you are measuring an angle.
Yeah.
No,
with
that's
an
why-
angle. Yeah.
That's why I said that this angle, this 90 degree, is already there. So nothing to measure here.
This is Ruhif. All you got to do is go back and see the videos where the conversations were had about Ruhif and his auto level angle. That's where this has come from. Just repeating the same mantra. Don't be fooled by people, I'm telling you. They may just be flat earthers, and you may think that they're there for you to ridicule or whatever. But there's intent behind this. There's links that people should be making. And if you don't see them, then you're not seeing the part of the game that's being played. WWFE. It's a show. And it's never going to get you any closer to anything in reality. These are two sides playing each other. And it's up to you whether you want to get involved in it. But you'll have to pick a side. I won't pick a side because, like I say, I don't have contradictions in reality. The side that we've picked is the side of reality. If you want to come and have conversations about that sort of stuff, then click the link on the Level Discord. This is where we are at. This is exposing this narrative. This is what we're going to be doing from now on and having conversations. This is where the focus is, I'm guessing. People want to call me disingenuous, dishonest, a liar. Well, I'm going to keep pointing out that these people are mistaken and where they might be mistaken.
Level,
The
you
measuring
set
rod.
up, yeah, which you just used an angle for to get the measurement.
No.
And
You looked
the
at it
auto
through an
level,
auto level at
and
a
the auto
measuring
level-
rod. You read
and when
a
you
number. You measured
Ah.
a distance.
And when you set up that auto level, you set up a 90-degree, Bev. Do you know?
You set up a 90-degree, Bev.
Yeah, you're using a 90.
With an auto
You're
level.
using an angle. It's an auto level is a device that sets up a 90-degree flat Earth.
Apparently so.
Yeah. Wow.
Maybe that's why Nathan wants to have a chat with the surveyors you had a chat with. Challenge them on that fact.
Yeah. No surveyor will ever talk to Nathan Oakley or Flatzoid. Model heavy. You can't do it like that.
And don't say no, you don't, because then you're just going to be showing you are dishonest once again.
You can have a perpendicular to that horizontal anywhere you want.
So-
you can set that up
I'm
wherever
gonna-
you want.
I'm gonna-
like the guy with the measuring rod.
I'm going to draw this for everybody on screen so they know what we're talking about, because they're all...
Well, this is where I had to get this, because this is where... Let me get the picture up on the screen. All right. Carry it on.
obviously do. This is going to be Bev standing with his
So get the
auto
video that
level.
you put out when I actually went there, when we went to the beach. With you put the
Don't worry
video
about
out the
it.
other day.
Just let me finish this, Bev. Okay? This would be
When
the auto
we
level.
did Under the Horizon.
Yeah, Bev, you can wait.
Remember all
I'm
of
gonna
that?
get it on screen, so just give me one second.
There you go.
Sorry, I'm still showing. But anyway, Bev, we got this. Now, this would be auto level, okay? Standing on the ground, correct? Bev?
So what you can see now in the chat and on the YouTube, and this is a thing that I drew for Ruhif to state that angle that's measured there does not equal those lines, because it cannot do, because there's 3 different lines there and only one angle. So that one angle cannot represent those 3 different lines. The distance is proportional. C1, C2, C3, C4. Between those distances, right? But Flatzoid's about to do a drawing. Now, remember that I've had a lot of conversations with people about this particular discussion, argument, call it whatever you want.
Hello? Is the auto level standing on the ground? Can you see?
Keep an eye on that.
Is even yeah.
Oh, let me get your thing up.
Oh, there we go.
Excellent. Yep, we're all up.
Yeah.
As long as Bev is up.
You carry on. You tell everybody what you want to imagine this drawing is in paint.
There's no imagining. I'm asking you a simple yes or no question. This vertical is the auto level standing straight up on top of the ground, correct, Bev?
They have a tripod. A vertical is an auto level standing straight up on a stick. An angle on a stick. If anybody knows what that is. Flatzoid's trying to represent the angle on a stick. Except he's putting an auto level on a stick. He doesn't know anything about any of this sort of stuff, does he? Not got a clue.
It looks like Rumpus pole.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Odd.
Great. Okay, so I'm going to draw the tripod just so you understand. Has the tripod
just so everybody knows it has. Look at his tripod. Oh man.
Come on.
That's meant to be an auto level. Doesn't last long, but it's to be really secure, and the most secure is the tripod.
Great, and we got the scope. Okay. You would understand that this has to be perfectly level, correct, Bev? So you set up it perfectly horizontal and vertical perpendicular.
Yeah. Oh well, we can do that. I'm not so sure you can. But yeah, let's say somebody other than you has set this tool up to establish that it is horizontal.
I don't care who set up. I'm asking a simple question.
Okay.
Would this?
He doesn't care who set it up. He just knows that it's definitely not him. He's not got a clue about what he's talking about. But let's just say somebody else has done it for him.
Did the guy from Maine do it? Maybe the guy from Maine did it. Or may or may not be from Maine.
This looks like the guy from Maine could have done this, actually. Could have taught him anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Would this be a 90-degree angle, Bev?
Which be a 90-degree?
Well, everything. The scope sitting 90 degrees. The theodolite or auto level sitting at 90 degrees, correct?
Because he's drawn a vertical line that just isn't there. It doesn't actually exist anywhere. There's not one stick that you put in the ground that's vertical. None of that. What you do is you get the auto level and you level it to make it horizontal. Then you look through the scope on a horizontal plane.
By the way, tripod, 3 legs of tripod, none of them are in vertical position, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So there is no Rumpus pole there.
No, he's completely placed a vertical there just so he can call it a 90-degree, but it doesn't exist there within any of the surveying methods or anything. It does at the measuring rod. The measuring rod has to be vertical, but that's not there. It's over there in the distance. It's a better proof than what he's got here for perpendicularity. I don't know what he's doing. Well, no, because it's circular mine. Yeah.
No,
you've put one stick in the middle. There isn't a one stick auto level. That doesn't happen.
everybody can take now and see Bev is just being a dishonest twat. That
Wow.
There you
Dishonest again. Another claim from Flatzoid calling me to be dishonest when he's drawing a vertical that isn't there.
Yes, so he's misrepresenting auto level, let's say. And when you are not accepting that, he is calling you names.
Yeah.
So this is just
typical flat earth behavior, I would say. Sorry, flat earth society behavior. Sorry, Rob.
doesn't want to even answer the questions given to him. Bev, stop showing your dishonesty and just answer a simple yes or no. Do you establish a horizontal using an auto level, which requires it to be 90 degrees, Bev?
Look, requires it to be 90 degrees. No, it's calibrated to be horizontal, not 90 degrees.
Measuring rod is required to be at 90 degrees to horizontal.
But he's got no measuring rod in the picture.
Yes, I know.
It's crazy. Gets worse though as well. Look, a horizontal is horizontal. Now you can establish a 90 degree anywhere you want on that, a perpendicular to it, anywhere.
Great, so that's 90 degrees. So there we've got an angle that you
But
said
there
you
is
can
no
do focal
plumb
with.
bob.
Sorry.
To establish a vertical at that position.
Sorry, you just said we can use an auto level to establish a 90. Okay, so we can do
90. What are you talking about? That's dishonest.
That is a 90.
Said
Okay.
90.
Now
He just doesn't understand anything.
Now let's put him.
Yeah, but he's being blatantly dishonest here now to try and.
Is he or just stupid?
Well,
yeah, because he admitted that he agreed that this measuring rod would establish 90. Yes, but it is not within auto level. It is outside of that.
I don't think he even knows what a measuring rod is, or what it does, or how it would establish anything about anything.
But now he's drawing something like, let's say, measuring rod or whatever.
Well, I think he said it yesterday or the other day when we were going over it earlier that he has no proofs of his own. What he does is he relies on other people's proofs. So this is my proof that level is horizontal. He's trying to appropriate that to flat Earth. But it's not honest. And that's the reason he doesn't actually know. Because he hasn't got any proofs of his own. He's just assimilating other people's proofs. And he's got an imagination that now he's also got this proof. But he doesn't. He hasn't got a clue what it is.
Yeah, right. Exactly, yeah.
Yes, so first you have 90 from sextant, and now you have 90 from auto level. 90 everywhere.
Yeah, somebody's done a really good job at selling this horizontal and the perpendicular that goes along with it. But like I said to Flatzoid just then, you can establish a perpendicular anywhere you want along a horizontal. Doesn't mean that the auto level is establishing that perpendicular. You establish the perpendicular to the horizontal plane.
Nor does it mean at all that the Earth is flat, by the way, which is what he's supposed to be giving proof of.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do, even if he got everything right about the auto level measuring rod and how that all works, it would still say nothing about the Earth. Zero, nada, nothing.
Yeah, there's similarities. There's too many of them. The Flatzoid to not be Flat Earth Society. Just like Ranty. If anybody can remember Ranty Flatzoid's just the same. Nathan Oakley's sort of there as well, really.
I love our audience. Mike Dornan's on it tonight as well. Reminds me of another group that seems to think Bev's proof is proof of their monad. Indeed, Mike. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, Bev proves all sorts of things for everyone.
Measuring
90 degrees is on the bit around the bottom.
This is brilliant. Mate, this is brilliant. How many people you got on this server? I was on this server for 2 hours, mate, and you got the most brilliant minds over from the British Isles on this server.
Yeah, there's plenty of these types of people. If anybody wants to know what it's like on Discord, this is the type of thing normally happens.
What's going on here, mate? That is absolutely brilliant, mate. I love it. I'm all ears, mate. Go on, mate. Go on.
I'm glad you like it. Anyway, you've just established.
You're South Africa. You're from
Yeah, I'm
South
South
Africa,
Africa.
mate.
Yeah.
Obviously, we can hear this, mate. No, that's
Okay,
brilliant.
can we get on? Can we get on with the argument now?
Go on. My bad.
Thanks. Anyway, Bev, you say we can do fuck all with an angle. Well, we've just set up an auto level at 90 degrees and took a measurement to another 90-degree measuring rod.
So a 90-degree measuring rod.
So now we have established twice 90 degrees.
They're both just straight lines, but where's the 90 degrees on this one? Wow.
Maybe it was hot. He's talking about Fahrenheit. It was a little warm that day.
You've got an auto level and a measuring rod. That's not an angle. That's an auto level and a measuring rod. He's broke 90 there, 90 down here, 90 here. Like the ground, literally the ground, the green. You could call that a non sequitur, couldn't you?
No, that's not a non sequitur. It is doing what you said, fuck all with an angle.
And by the way, he's not drawing this horizontal. He draw everything but horizontal.
Swap it back to the thingy. Look at that. Boom. Whoop. Whoop. How different are these? Oop. Look at that. I don't know what he's playing at. It's amazing.
Literally doing something that you said you couldn't do, correct?
No,
Did we take a measurement?
He's trying to use an auto level and a measuring rod to prove that you can do something with an angle. Completely unaware that he's got an auto level and a measuring rod with 0 angles. It's like you can do fuck all with an angle as a statement within geometry, meaning you can do no geometric reasoning with just an angle. And Flatzoid's saying, well, you can have an auto level and a measuring rod, which I would say is an ultimate non sequitur. Flatzoid doesn't even understand the statement. That's how geometrically illiterate Flatzoid is. It's a shame. People could have come and had a conversation, but now Flatzoid's exposing himself. Not many people will be watching because what would this arena be with if you were allowed to bring in this geometric reasoning? Neither side can have this, an understanding of it. Auto level and a measuring rod. That's not doing something with an angle. There's two things in there: auto level measuring rod. That's two things.
Okay.
That you only have in the statement an angle.
Okay, now I want to ask you another question. If I've got this measuring rod...
He's giggling at something in the background here. And that's very much like Fight the Flat Earth. That's where I admit, when I heard him giggling like that, I thought, that's Fight the Flat Earth. That's what Fight the Flat Earth does. Listen to it again. Listen to him.
Okay.
That you only have in the statement an angle.
Okay, now I want to ask you another question. If I've got this measuring rod here...
He's not listened to a word I just said to him. Didn't hear
Absolutely.
a thing.
And it's not perfectly vertical, aka 90 degrees, will you get the same angular reading?
What angular reading? You don't measure an angle. You measure a distance in the measuring rod.
You don't measure an angle, guys.
Yes, you don't measure an angle.
Yeah,
It's
he's
an
very
auto level.
surprised.
This is Ruhif, I'm telling you. The only person that has ever considered measuring an angle with an auto level is Ruhif. And he's pushed that narrative into this arena. Flatzoid is doing exactly the same thing like Askin's put in there, Rantzoid. He's definitely, this is much the same. Following the same script. Don't be surprised when you hear somebody having a chat with Flatzoid, asking him whether he wants to do a bit of work on the side.
Oh wow. Thanks guys. I think I've done enough tonight with Bev. He's
Well
just
done.
literally thrown every...
Do you want to hear that again, right? The last 30 seconds.
Ask you another question. If I've got this measuring rod here and it's not perfectly vertical, aka 90 degrees, will you get the same angular reading?
What angular reading? You don't measure an angle. You measure a distance in the measuring rod.
You don't measure an angle, guys. Oh wow. Thanks guys. I think I've done enough tonight with Bev. He's
Well
just
done.
literally thrown every...
You think an auto... There you go. So Flatzoid's dust in his hands. He's done well. I think that's it. I'm done. Bev's just said you don't measure an angle with an auto level because an auto level isn't an angle measuring device.
Yes, but he thinks that it is.
Yeah.
So for him, it
been
was
trained by Ruth.
just blasphemy. You said blasphemy. How could it be that auto level does not measure angular changes?
Mm-hmm. Like I say, there's only Ruhif that's ever done that. So if Flatzoid's ever listening to this, or anybody listening to this to let Flatzoid know about what Flatzoid's just done, let him know. Let him know that this is Ruhif that's trained him. We know that. There's the only person that's done this. And if it wasn't Ruhif, let us know who it was. Because it's the person that's driving the narrative for the next, well, flat Earth, globe Earth obfuscation techniques. And it doesn't matter if you keep on your own. But when you start to bring reality and people who are just asking questions into your ridiculous show, then I take it personally.
But he thinks maybe that his statement and your denial on his statement that auto level is measuring angles, he thinks that it is his win here. So he is stating just nonsense, complete absurd about auto level, and he thinks that he is winning arguments somehow, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's because he's been talking to the Flat Earth Society.
Yes, he
He
or
might be
he was
getting a
just,
good pay out of it or something.
or maybe he is just fooled by them. But if he took that honestly, I mean, that he really thinks that the auto level is tool to measure angles, then he is just fooled by someone.
See, auto level measures the vertical angle.
I just showed you how it does.
It
Congratulations,
doesn't.
Bev.
That Flatzoid, that is a Ruhif trick.
Yeah.
The opposite side angle.
Guys.
Said yeah. The confidence in it. This is Flat Earth, right? This is Ruhif. The guy, we deal with a guy called Flat Earth Dogma. This is Flatzoid taking on that Flat Earth Dogma from Ruhif. Who's Ruhif? It's just an Australian guy that somebody's brought into this arena. Wonder who?
I just showed you how it does.
It
Congratulations,
doesn't.
Bev.
That Flatzoid, that is a Ruhif trick.
Yeah.
The opposite side angle. Yeah. That's a definite yeah.
Yes, but maybe he does not realize that this is Ruhif's trick. This is trickery. This is con.
It's the same thing that he's Flatzoid's doing. Yeah. Wow.
Guys, the sad part is I respect some more ballers than I do Bev right now. I thought he had more integrity than this.
Wow.
Yes,
I'm
he
done with this
respects
argument.
more Ruhif than...
Yeah, he's taking on Ruhif's trick of thinking that an auto level measures a vertical angle. Fucking ridiculous. Crazy.
Thank you very much. You've shown not to answer one of my questions.
Yeah, let's go to question
truthfully.
time.
Yeah, I think so, because he's not going to concede
Not
anything.
any proof,
Because he is...
Flatzoid. He's not going to concede anything. Like, as if I was going there, we were talking about proof. Not me conceding anything. A conversation about proof that ends with Flatzoid stating about an auto level that he's never used himself. Something that I do have a qualification in. I did 2 years at college doing this stuff. Forget about that. Flatzoid says that that tool measures a vertical angle. Something that only Ruhif has ever said before.
Sorry, Rob. And proves the flat Earth. So, and he just wants you to accept that. Go ahead, Rob.
Well, I just want to say, it sounds like there was two competing agendas at this little gathering.
Well, I wanted a conversation about proof.
Yeah, and he didn't. He wanted you to concede something.
Don't know what though, because that was, he kept that underneath his hat, didn't he? Like, what was it that Flatzoid was aiming to get out of this, other than to call me dishonest?
Because you will not say that you are a flat earther. Bam.
Well, remember at the very beginning of this, I don't know, conversation, debate, whatever you want to call it, he did say that, what's your problem, Bev? We agree. Because he adhered to, liked, accepted your level is horizontal, and then went on from that point on to disagree with how you can come up with a proof of level is horizontal, because you disagreed that what he said was flat was flat. But at the very, very beginning of this, he was seemingly wanting to accept your proof, take your proof on.
Yeah, my
as
proof
some sort of
level
evidence
being
of flat Earth.
horizontal was
Yeah.
his proof.
Yeah. Weird.
It's weird how it's turned into me being dishonest and Flatzoid. Well, I don't know. I mean, like, Flatzoid can claim whatever he wants, but people should be listening to this and taking it on to see what's actually going on within the conversation. Conversations are still there to be had, especially the proof one. We've got nowhere near it. And it's, once again, pretty obvious, like when SE went over to Gem Pandas and to initiate the proof conversation 3 years ago, quite a long time ago now. This conversation has still got to be had, but we can't have it with any of the dogmatic globe earthers, and obviously flat earthers get really upset and just end up calling you dishonest, so you can't talk to them about it either. So that leaves a new group of people, the ones that can have the conversation about reality without getting triggered and calling people liars and whatever and saying that there is no proof, just discussing these points. That's where we are. Going over proofs in reality and discussing things about that. Obviously got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth argument and these two groups of people. It has nothing to do with us. Flatzoids put it out there. Thanks for being loyal, people that are watching and still with us. We're still going to be doing the same thing we always have. It's just now you're going to have a load of flat earthers using our proofs to prove that the Earth's flat. Well, they don't know what proofs are, obviously. And if they do want to have that discussion, they should be able to come and have this discussion with us. Because it will be our proofs that they're going to be using. Because we're the only ones with the arguments.
Level is horizontal is not a proof that the Earth is flat.
No.
To make that clear.
But hey, I told you guys already, they hate the water level. If they only understood it.
That makes no sense though, Rob. Seriously, because they hate the water level tool, but they immediately point to water to say that the Earth is flat.
But the water is not Earth.
Mm-hmm.
That's where no. The water is Earth. To them, the water is Earth.
Yeah,
but then why not like the water level tool?
They've incorporated their model as a whole, and that's the problem.
Kevin's got a good point though, but I don't understand why they don't use it. Like, beyond me.
It's because you're dealing with the flat Earth society.
Yeah, that can be the only answer. How many times have we had this conversation with the likes of Jeremy, where he said, well, did you cite it? Do you have a video of it? It's like, dude, have you ever used a water level tool? That's the whole point of a water level tool, is you don't cite a water level. Come on.
Get everybody to just buy a 10-meter water level. It'll change your whole outlook on how the fucking thing works.
But don't you think, Rob, that they would try to cite it?
Yeah, because they're dumb.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
He's a dishonored twat that even throws away his own arguments every time I draw it back to him.
Yeah, that just means you lost the whole thing, Flatzoid.
Yes,
you could not. You could not.
Okay. I'm first for the questions.
Flatzoid.
Yeah, go ahead.
It just shows what Flatzoid's all about, Atoms. He does that to
I'm all
everyone.
about truth. I'm all about truth.
Every single one of you globers are blind as bats. You all wear glasses. You don't know what you're...
Well, that was a pretty good point there from Emma. That got drowned out by a drunk Australian guy talking about glasses again. That's why they're there in those rooms, to do just that.
you're looking at. You're all
Have a look,
clueless.
Justin. Can you see
Well,
that
that's
picture?
Step
absolutely
aside and let the
Hang on, hang
see the
on.
with
picture
real
in the
vision
chat?
make their decisions in life.
Well, that's right,
You're
Bartek.
destroying the whole world
That's
for
what you were saying
nothing.
earlier,
I put it
Bartek.
on for my.
That's what
You're
I was saying.
all
Sorry,
blind.
mate.
Every single one of you globes wear glasses.
That's right. Think about
Flatzoid,
this.
before
So
you leave, can you
all
do a
these
favor
genius
and
people.
just bring your-
Sorry, can I say one
you-
thing? No, no,
Yeah,
Tank.
right
Can I
after
say
I'm
one
done. Just let
thing?
me finish this up. Flatzoid,
So-
before you leave, do you mind putting up that proof that you had? I'll go back on mute, but before, so the room can enjoy the proof. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna put it on again for you.
Yeah, you should go on mute because I was talking about Bartek's point. So think about, the people that say they're so smart, right? They're wearing glasses. They're all wearing glasses and they're blind to the world, guys. They have no access to the world. They don't know what reality is. I don't know what time it is for you guys, but for me, it's 7:30 in the morning, right? I'm looking at the sunrise. Okay, you got to be connected with the earth. The rubber shoes and your house. That's the only thing disconnecting you from the earth. You know what I mean?
Did he say rubber shoes?
Yeah, rubber shoes. You have to be connected to the earth.
Is that the?
Mhm.
Is that how you do it with rubber shoes?
I would say you go barefoot if you want to be connected to the earth.
Yeah,
but I mean that's me again.
I want to hear more from that guy though.
Why?
I love his Australian accent.
Rob's all about
That
the
one
accent.
that one is sick.
Yeah, he sounds.
I love
pissed.
Australian
He
people.
just said it's 7:30 in the morning.
No, I know.
It sounds like he's pissed. That's not what I want to hear more of.
I'm sorry. You guys know I'm a little bit different. I love Australian people. They talk awesome.
You got to be connected, mate.
They're not all that bright though.
Excellent. Good morning, Jared. Welcome to the party. Just so you know, we are having a little bit of an event going on between two people right now, but
Really?
welcome.
Really?
Welcome, brother. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, what's this event? Oh, I don't mean to get too involved.
No, you're all right. We're live on YouTube right now, so you are involved.
Really?
You are
yeah,
indeed
he's
involved.
hammered.
You're here.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Welcome to
Thank
the
you.
party, sir. Yeah.
Yes.
So if you
yes,
don't mind,
no,
we're gonna-
that's all right, man.
Mhm.
That's absolutely right. I'll go, man. Fine.
It's cool. We should be opening the floor up for questions for everybody here pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, they
Who's
should
the
be...
conversation? Because I didn't see any conversation. All I heard was the South American guy and sounded like
Yeah,
some
we
other
have
fella.
we have a
That's
two
right.
gentlemen
Sorry, not
here.
South American. I get it always confused. My bad. South African. South African. My bad,
Same thing.
brother. My bad,
It's good to
brother.
have you in, mate. That's good to
South
have you in.
African, South Americans.
Yeah, brilliant, man. My bad, man. I want to hear this.
Yep. Yeah. So just
And
sit
did you
back,
notice-
relax, and
Did
go
you
ahead.
notice
My bad,
me two
brother.
to fight the flat Earth all wear glasses?
Excellent.
Well,
Excellent.
Bartek, that's the
All right,
thing. I
boys.
wanted
All
to
right,
say
boys.
something.
Are we gonna have the
They're
questions?
all blind.
Are we opening it
You
up?
guys
Are
need
you guys wrapping it up?
Yeah, I think we have the questions. 'Cause
I
it's getting
think
quite
the
late as well.
audience is getting.
Can I
how you
just
doing,
point
bud?
out that there is the Ruhif opposite side angle, which Flatzoid just basically replicated. Where I point out that line does not represent the angle, and even it's an auto level. There is no angle; it just establishes a horizontal.
Yeah, ignore all the 90s on screen and the two line openings, which makes an angle reading bed.
There's a proof that
We're
the
all the
straight
90s.
line. Yeah, the 90s are always
Oh my goodness.
is within the plane. Flatzoid, an actual proof in reality, but it doesn't prove that the Earth's flat. It just
It
proves,
proves you
that
can-
the level
you know what
is horizontal. That's it.
100% level is horizontal and the Earth is flat. Well done.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's bad, isn't it? That's nearly as
Yeah.
bad as saying welcome to flat.
Great inferring, yes.
It's really bad.
Complete non sequitur.
The Earth isn't flat, but level is provably
Tell-
horizontal.
Tell me again how you can't do focal with an angle while I show you an auto level on screen.
That's an auto. That's his
Angle measuring
auto
device?
level on screens. That
I'm
stick.
sorry.
This is his auto level.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is an auto level an angle measuring device?
No, it's not.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
An angle on a stick. No level, not an angle.
Sorry.
Remember, the statement is you can do fuck all with an angle. So all you have in the statement is an angle. You don't have auto levels, you don't have rulers, you don't have anything. You just have an angle.
Can I give you a list of what angles do, Bev?
An angle. This is good because this is Nathan Oakley. This is what the guys have got together. And Bev says you can do fuck all with an angle, right? Come on, guys. Let's get a list together. Things you can do with an angle. Here we go. Flatzoids made the list.
Yes, but he, of course, he changed angle into angles. He didn't say angle. He said angles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he's going to make the list.
Let's go through the list. Let's
let's
go through the list. Let's see if we agree.
Yeah.
Can I give you a list of what angles do, Bev?
Go on then.
Your clothes you're wearing requires angles.
Okay,
the clothes
all right.
you're wearing
Clothes you're wearing
requires angles.
Anybody think when they bought their clothes, the clothes that you're wearing, man, I'm so glad we had those angles. Even plural angles, but
if we
Bev
didn't
said
have angles, I
angle.
wouldn't be able to have these clothes. I'd be going around
No
naked.
way. Absolutely, man.
Without angles, you'd be naked.
Anybody else? Anybody? YouTube chat? Anybody agree with that? Thank God for
you
the
can do
angle.
with an angle. Wearing clothes.
Clothes. All right.
Okay, that's number one.
Number one.
Yeah.
Very good.
Screen you're looking through now requires angles.
The screen you're looking through requires angles. All TV screens.
Phone screen, PC screen, monitor screen.
An angle.
All angle. Thank goodness.
Yeah. Yeah, you can do fuck all with an angle. Well, TV screens.
So I give you. So this is what it is, right? So here it is. I give you a 30-degree angle. You create a laptop screen
and some clothes.
And some clothes.
And saving lives.
Yeah, I don't know whether Flatzoid got.
Yeah, Flatzoid may not have that one in here, but we'll see.
Ready for the next one?
Oh yeah.
Your phone has an angles. Your
phone has angles.
Phone has spaghetti too. Flatzoid.
Yeah, you can.
I didn't know if you were aware of that.
Combine them with spaghetti.
Yes.
There are even more angles then.
Yeah. What else?
Microphone has angles.
Microphone.
Microphone.
What he's doing, right? And I know this because we had Jose do the very same thing with a tangent. He started looking at things in his room and started, like that's got angles. I mean, I don't think he had a little piece of weed like Ruhif did, right? Because that's what that's what Jose went to with that piece of weed. But that's what Flatzoid's doing here. He's looking at things and associating them off the top of his head to this argument now about angles. So obviously, microphone, that's right in front of his face. TV screen. Where else do you reckon we can go? I reckon he's going to dribble off now because he's going to lose track of things. See if we can come up with something that's not in his room.
Heck, the floor you're busy sitting on has angles.
The floor.
The floor. Like now he's looking down. He's dismayed. Right? He's not looking up for inspiration. He's looking down. This is the end. Right? It's not going to go much further than this. He's ended it.
Chair has angles. Heck, your eyes have angles, mate.
Your eyes have angles.
Eyes have angles. I give you a 45-degree angle. You create an eyeball.
Yeah, eyes.
I love it. It's good. It's good.
So this is just like basically list anything you want This is how good Nathan Oakley's you can do something with an angle is. Obviously, everything requires angles, so you can do anything you want with an angle.
Yes, but still, he's only talking about things that have angles. He's not talking about what he's doing with that angles.
But the things he says don't even have angles. I mean, what the hell? I mean, he didn't even get to that step, paper. You're granting him that step he never got to.
Yes, but let's say that when he's talking about this phone, cell phone, or whatever, any object has angles, of course. But what he's doing with that angles? Nothing. He's looking at his cell phone, and okay, he can see some angles. So seeing angles is doing something.
Well, that's what he said at the beginning. That's why I said it's a complete non sequitur, right? Because he didn't say that all these things have angles. He said, "Can I give you a list of things you could do with angles?"
Yes, that's my point.
So you could do a phone with angles. He didn't say a phone has angles. He's saying you could do a phone with angles. I don't know what "do" means, but you could do a phone with angles. You could do clothes with angles. You could do a microphone with angles. You could do a floor with angles.
Yeah,
For a while
more than you can just do it.
Yeah,
these things require angles to be done.
Yeah.
Yes, you need angles to wear dress. So,
yes. Right? For a while there, I thought, until he got to the eyeball, I thought he was talking about plastics, because here in America, I don't know if it's overseas, but there's this company called BASF, and they had an ad campaign that said all these things that have plastics in them. I mean, I thought that's where he was going for a while.
They're level bastards come out there. He said, he doesn't need to do things with angles. Paper. Directed at you, paper. He says, angles do things by themselves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Magical. Wizard angles.
He's right, though, isn't he? Like, he's literally just pointing at things and saying, there's an angle, there's an angle, there's an angle, and the very fact that they are angles means that you can do things with that thing. Because it's an angle.
Friendly reminder, you can do absolutely nothing geometrically with an angle. Said streetwise, you can do fuck all with an angle. Just a fact.
Yeah. It ends the discussion. It was meant to end the discussion abruptly, but obviously people now have to obfuscate on behalf of other people. Ruhif knows he can't beat this, so he has to send his helpers to come and do the job for him.
The way you look out to the world requires angles.
The way you look out to the world requires angles. But the statement is you can do fuck all with an angle. So non sequitur, we've gone into this, so he's changed the argument in his conclusion. I don't know whether many people will spot that. Probably won't.
Yes, and by the way, looking at word, yes, you are using angles, and even you are changing angles. Your lens inside your eye is changing angles because this is.
That's what the arrow's pointing at. It says this angle. That's the angle at your eye. That's the very thing. All you have is these two lines on a disc within the auto level. The angle is within your eye, but it's not measured. It's not there. For geometric purposes, it has to be there. But actually, in reality, it's not. It's just your eye.
And by the way, this angle is fixed, so you are not measuring angle anyhow, because angle is fixed.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's good to see that they've all got together to have a chat amongst themselves as to what you can do with an angle. And this is obviously the response. Maybe Flatzoids has done this one all on his own. Maybe it isn't representative of the entire flat Earth debate. Maybe it's a solo effort. We've still not heard what Nathan Oakley can do with it. Or Arwin, or anybody else like that. Because it's a geometric truth statement built upon an axiom. You can't really go against it.
Everything requires angles. Mate, your statement is an idiotic, moronic statement. And by the way, all you've been showing this whole time is you have to concede, but you cannot because you have no humility. So can you...
Wow, I have to concede. He says it's a ridiculous statement.
But what?
Well, obviously, it's a ridiculous statement that you can do something with an angle. I still don't know what, like I say. There's a lot of people that have said a lot of nasty things, really. I mean, when you think about it in the terms of an argument as a rebuttal, there actually has never been a rebuttal. Like Flatzoid's just done there, stated that everything requires angles, and then saying that the statement is idiotic. Far from it. It exposes idiots, to be honest. Flatzoid just can't see that.
Move on to the statements because it's getting later, and I cannot stand this dishonest twat no longer.
Wow. See, there you go again. Another name call.
Time?
Yeah.
Third time.
Dishonest. Swearing. You know, that's the way these discussions go.
Proof.
Thank you.
I remember I can prove that level is horizontal. Me.
Yes, we can too. Flat Earth. Congratulations. Okay.
See, we can too.
Yeah, flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
By establishing horizontal, you're proving flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So.
All right, so that's it. You guys are done with your statements. We can. Would you like to take some questions from the audience?
I'd love
We'd
to.
like some genuine questions.
A finishing cap off, right? Because this was a
Absolutely,
conversation, supposedly, about proof and how different people seem to have different ideas on what proof is, how you establish proof, what actually is proof, how do you acquire proof. And I've not seen anything tonight other than what I've mainly seen, and a lot of people don't seem to know what proof is. And for this arena, for people to be asking other people for proofs for so long, and nobody seems to be able to have a conversation about what proof is or how we prove things. That's weird.
And can I also give my closing statement then? Cool. Okay, so my closing statement is, remember we started with Bev saying flat is not geometric. We showed him wrong. He had to concede, which he didn't want to. We use planes, horizontals. We even establish horizontals. We use angles to do things. Hence, you cannot do a measurement if you don't have an angle. Note that Bev has not answered anything. I've asked him a simple yes or no question, and everything he showed was him obfuscating and trying to not answer the questions. Also note that he has been shown dishonesty while trying to project it onto me, because every time I do explain something to him, he says, I don't understand it. Also note, the only one presenting proof here tonight was me, proving Bev has no argument.
Wow.
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 Man.
The only proof was presented that I have no argument. Wow. That's not a little bit overly flag waving for Flatzoid on his own behalf. I don't know. Sort of shows you, I think, this entire arena and the reason that it becomes difficult to communicate with people, because there's obviously two different conversations that have been going on. I'd still want to have the conversation about proof. But what was Flatzoid doing? He thinks he's the only one that showed proof. I don't know what his argument was. Was it that closing rebuttal? That was it.
His argument was that you don't have an argument. Apparently. That's what I got out of that.
Yeah,
his proof was that you don't have any arguments.
And you can
But I thought it was his proof of flat earth.
You can say that because he said that at least 2 times that if you establish horizontal, therefore flat earth. That would be most close to argument, what he said, because there is some antecedent and consequent.
If you establish horizontal, then flat earth.
Flat earth. Yeah, this is general. Yes, he said that 2 times at least. So, of course, it is complete non sequitur because you need more. Because
what do you mean? Like you can establish horizontal, therefore flat earth? I mean, that's the bit that you're missing, right?
Am I not mistaken though? In this conversation multiple times, he would say, "Oh, am I breaking up?"
Yeah, I think you're okay now, though. Start again.
I thought he in this conversation a few times said, "You're proving my point for me." To you.
Yeah, he did.
So why would he say you have no arguments, but then contradict himself earlier saying you're proving my point for me?
Because he's model afflicted and also flat earth society guy. He's contradicts himself. Yeah. I don't know how many people can see that sort of thing, though. I mean, we were going over a thing a little bit earlier. I think you were around, Buster, but that it was a discussion about like how many people think philosophy. And that's a really weird question to be asking. But it sort of sums up what we've been talking about. It's the idea of that extra thought. I don't think Flatzoid's actually doing it. And then, I mean, good luck to them. Flat Earth Society. You know, let them go and play. It's just not reality. And I know there's not going to be many people that enjoy what we do, and maybe a little bit too much for most people, a little bit too cerebral for most people. But I think once you get into this conversation or this discussion, philosophical, you can find where proofs are, where proofs exist. And the philosophy is meant to be for the wonder. So you have to build that wonder upon something. Now, everything isn't a wonder. You do know some things. And I think that's where the philosophy comes in. Because the philosopher knows where to start wondering. Because there's some things are known.
Yes, and he can, from this knowledge, he can start to build another knowledge. Because the goal of philosophy is, as name indicates, is to find wisdom. So, wise man is to know and to choose well with that knowledge. And it means that you have to have proofs, because without proofs, you cannot go to wisdom, because otherwise you don't know if your knowledge is true or false. So if you fall into false knowledge, you will be just a fool, not wise man, just fool. So this is very important in philosophy, to have things proven before you start to prove anything. And of course, a philosopher is starting from axioms.
Yeah, you would be no good to start wondering about something that's already known.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
a folly.
Yes, it is just a Cartesian doubt, but it does not lead anywhere. Because if you are wondering if 2 + 2 = 4, it means rather that you have some mental issues, not that you are wise. It is not wise to doubt that 2 + 2 = 4. So you can wonder about things that seems to you, for example, that they are true, but you cannot prove them. So wise man is trying to find proof that what he thinks is true. Because before proof, he can only imagine that he has truth. But he is not certain, and cannot be certain that this is what he thinks that is true. But when he can prove to himself that this, what he thought is true by proof, then he has truth, really.
I think we got into questions, didn't we? We go over this. It might be a bit painful.
And the Earth is definitely flat, even based on Bev's arguments. Thank you.
Yeah, he's definitely flat. He had a definite statement at the end there. Don't know whether that's just something that he has to say, or do you reckon he actually believes that?
Yes, but saying definitely, it means that all problems against, all proofs, counter proofs are dismissed, all sorted. So this is what definitely means in that case. So he dismissed all your proofs that the Earth is not flat, and he provided his own proofs that the Earth is flat. Therefore, it is definitely flat.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, this is not the case, because he didn't bring anything here, and he didn't address your arguments at all.
It wasn't meant to be for him to be addressing the arguments or statements or anything. The idea of the discussion was meant to be about proof. I mean, like I said in that many times, I can prove that level is horizontal, right? I made a definite statement about what I can prove. I don't think Flatzoid did that. Apart from at the end there, that where he said that he proved that I didn't have an argument, even though I seem to be the only one with arguments. But I don't think I presented any arguments, did I? It wasn't the idea for me to present any arguments. I wanted a discussion about proof.
Nice, Flatzoid. Can I ask you a question?
Let me just 1 second. I just want to thank both of them for coming and having the conversation. It was very enjoyable. I liked it a lot. You kept it very respectable, I thought, and it was interesting. So yeah, let's
except for the
open it
twat
up, gentlemen,
comments 3
if you'd like to take some questions. If anybody
No
wants
tanks
to
understood the
interact now,
assignment.
please be respectable, right? We want to. Again,
I'll go first.
thank everybody
I
for
was
being
making
here.
comment.
Mr. Blatek, I think, wants to go first.
I'll go after no tanks. This guy is not
Okay,
going
thank-
first. No tanks is first.
Yes, that is true. I was first.
Okay,
I just
no
wanted
tanks.
to give. I wanted to give you the opportunity, Flatzoid, because I do feel like this kind of went as a debate against Bev, but that's not what I really came to hear was your proof. And if there's like an opportunity where you could just lay it out real simple of your proof, I would love to hear it, because Bev claims to have one that could be simply understood. I'd like to hear yours.
Okay, it was simple. Bev came in, started totally misrepresenting what I said. He said, I said you can prove it scientifically. I said, no, you can use science to deduce that it's flat. He then went
science to prove.
Yes,
the
so
Earth
it
is
is scientific proof. Yes, because you are making deduction. Yes, this is the whole proof lies within logic. The experimental part is just checking your premise, for example, or hypothesis. But the whole thing in a scientific method is in logic. What you are doing in outside world is checking your hypothesis. But you are creating hypothesis and conducting experiment means that you already know what you have to do to nullify or affirm your hypothesis. This is mental process. You employ logic. So this is science. So based on deduction. Why? Because the hypothesis is the cause. You assume cause of something because you have effect. This is so-called observed phenomenon, as they say in scientific method. So observed phenomenon is and has to be effect of some cause. And you are searching what would be that cause. And your hypothesis is about cause. You are checking your cause. And if you are searching for cause, this is deduction. So
I didn't hear any though. Did you, Paper?
No. But now he is talking about deduction. So he is talking about science. But he is saying that this is not science.
I think it was Nathan Oakley said that it wasn't science. That's what we were trying to get round to, the discussion about proof. Whereas Nathan Oakley said it's not scientific. It's a measurement. And Flatzoid said he can use the scientific method to prove the Earth's flat. Whereas Nathan Oakley said it's not scientific. The proof of the flat Earth.
What Flatzoid said that you can use scientific method and then deduce. But this then deduce is science. Deducing, deduction is science.
But let's talk about their deduction, though. They have a name, Flat Earth. And when we say, or Bev says, there's hills and valleys, that Earth, they say, yeah, but not that. So basically, you could break down their deduction into flat Earth minus Earth equals flat Earth.
Yes, but still, that would be science. Of course, it is completely non sequitur because it is not cause and effect relationship here. So we cannot have causation. If we cannot have causation, establish causation, then we cannot have hypothesis. This is simple. Without causation, we cannot create hypothesis.
Yeah.
So in
Can
this,
I just address Gord's Zilla? Because this is, I think this is the point of what we're trying to get to here. God says, right, people like Flatzoid just want us to be on the same page. There's a bit of us versus against them mentality going on. Bev is surgical in his use of words and definitions, and because of this, he is technically right in his argument. The earth is not flat. Just wish we could get by this, as there is a community, so to speak, that only the chat loses. Just my opinion. Yes, good. So that's all we've been after, is a discussion about reality and proofs in reality. The arguments that I made were for Ruhith. That's the whole point of this, Gods. I don't know whether you're getting this. The arguments I made were all against the globe. That we've got tons of them. It's just one group of people, namely Nathan Oakley, publicly calling me names. He calls me all sorts of names because of this argument that I made against the Ruhith argument. So I can't say it's not me. Like I said at the beginning, I don't want to fall out with anybody because of whatever. But Nathan Oakley and Flatzoid and Arwin and 10th Man and QE, they've all made ill of my name to shut down that conversation. The conversation that we've been trying to have for years. So, of course, the only conclusion I can come to is that this particular group of people are the same. Ruhith, Fight the Flat Earth. I'm going to have to put Jaren in there as well. McToon, Nathan Oakley, Gem Panda. Put them all in the same barrel. Farmer's Boy, Rumpus, Nut George, Blue Marble. All Flat Earth Society, circular arguments. That's all you ever hear of those people that have done nothing. They're not leaders in anything. Yet they are the ones that go round publicly name-calling people. For what? Making arguments about reality. It's ridiculous. And I don't want to stop conversation, but it is people like Flatzoid, Nathan Oakley, Ruhith. They go to any server anywhere and you will hear bad names being said about this place, about these conversations. It's not me that's trying to stop the conversation.
Well, and you know, Gords is saying I don't say flat. I don't say 'tis flat. Just my opinion on at least Flatzoid's mentality. I think he's a bit influenced into thinking somehow Bev is the enemy. And I think that is because they want us to accept a contradiction that we just can't accept. We just won't do it. Like we could not be honest with ourselves and accept the contradiction that the earth is flat when the earth isn't flat. If you want to wonder and make some sort of statement, I don't mean you, Gords, I mean anybody wants to wonder and make a statement about something that you cannot know, just don't know, the thing that you live on in its entirety, that's fine. Go ahead, you can do that. But to then turn around when Bev has an absolutely irrefutable argument, a formological argument that cannot be refuted, and then say that he's the dishonest prick. That's just a bridge too far. We're not going to accept the contradiction. And that's what's got them mad. They're upset and triggered because we won't accept the contradiction they've accepted. It's like no one doesn't want to get along. Rob has said forever. Rob's in here all the time. He's a flat earther. We don't have any problems with Rob. So I don't know. I don't know what the problem is, except there seems to be this similarity, symbiotic relationship with certain people in this, call it a community or whatever, that seem to be more monad worshippers, quite honestly, than philosophers, let's say, about what the thing that we live upon is. At least that's the way I see it.
I can only add that I cannot accept contradiction, not because in this arena there are contradictions. I cannot them accept in real life also. So it is not about these contradictions, about flat Earth or globe Earth or whatever. Also, yes, but there are many other contradictions that other people try to give to us or to me, and I don't accept them also. Not because there is a specific topic in which I cannot accept contradiction, and there is another topic where I can accept contradiction. I cannot accept contradiction anywhere. So it is not related specifically to that arena. This is me.
Yeah, can I add that this isn't about me. Like, these arguments aren't going to go away. These contradictions aren't going to evaporate if I'm not here. They still exist. It still needs to be discussed. And the more it doesn't, and they keep hiding these contradictions, the harder it gets. And that's where people will end up in madness. End up nut-sacking yourself through whatever means possible, because you start to accept these contradictions and they snowball. Once you've got one, you start having to hide all sorts of things, having to dismiss conversations to not make yourself aware of those contradictions. It's terrible, but it's shown within the way we talk and the conversations avoided. It's going to be more and more obvious. I think we go into do street psychology or something like that. Do street geometry, street philosophy, because it's not something that is out of anybody's reach, any of this stuff that we do. Everybody has access to this because it's simple. We break it down. More people that get involved in it, the better the conversations will become. I don't know why. I think, personally, I've tried to show people that this is what happens when you speak out against the crowd and go against the official narrative. And this is a real thing. So people can focus on me, right, and use me as the example. But if you try to engage any of these people with these conversations, you'll have exactly the same response. And that's not because it's me. It's because of the state of mind that people are already in, and how they don't want to be made aware of the contradictions that they do already hold. There's a lot of people within this arena that are troubled to start off with. I only know because the reason I'm in this arena is because I have an autistic son. And it became apparent to me that the school system was teaching him things that I had no control over. So I have to be able to, well, I knew there was going to become a time where I had to undo certain things that had been done. So I needed to know and what has been done. And it finds out that more has been done to adults within this arena than anywhere else, I don't think. This is what I tried to keep my son away from. And I think I've done a good job of it. At least now he's aware of the pitfalls that can happen if you take certain things too literally. But I mean, I don't know what the rest of the people are like. Can you imagine like growing up in this modern times and having VR, computers, video games, space stuff? I mean, what is reality? It's no wonder people are stuck within the matrix.
Yes, they are, and they are creating their own associations in virtual, let's say, reality, which is not reality. And so they are losing, let's say, connection with the real world. And because the real world has his own true associations, logic, etc. But if from a very young age, young people are creating their mindset and set of associations and imagination inside of this box, like computer, cell phone, or whatever, or VR, or whatever it is. So especially in young age, it will affect the whole life, sadly. So it is sometimes it is very painful process because and I experience the same thing with my children. So this is not that I'm talking about this is not speculation. So I can see that young people are losing connection with reality. And they are not thinking, I'm not talking that they are all and always, but they tend to, they are going into that direction. And it is just new world, virtual world. I, of course, personally, I don't find myself in that world.
Yeah, coming into this arena and hearing a lot of the characters within this arena, and then knowing that those characters also have children, knowing that I came into it trying to help my son, and watching people shouting and screaming and doing all of that sort of stuff. I mean, that affects kids, whether they've got autism or not. Like, as you're growing up, that's shaping you, particularly before the age of 7. It can have all sorts of effects, what occurs. Tough. We'll get back into this.
Three-dimensional reality, flat, is still having undulations because, like a pancake, can be considered flat even though it's got inclines and slopes. Also note when I said about surveyors measuring slope angles and incline angles, it's based off of horizontal, which is parallel to the Earth. So you...
Horizontal is parallel to the Earth. Statement
no.
said by nobody, ever. Flatzoid just makes it up. Terrible.
cannot have a globe Earth, which he agreed with, and because he doesn't even know what the Earth is himself, as I asked him a simple straight question.
Go on. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say, see, this is what I've been telling you guys for a while now. Water is Earth.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
I know. You don't. I don't. I can distinguish the difference between water and earth, but flat earthers cannot.
Well, that, what we were saying, the Flat Earth Society, which other group of people group the two together and call that Big E, whole? The monadic belief is very strong, and the similarities are just there.
But I think, Rob, that you might be mistaken, because earlier in that discussion, he explicitly said that they are ignoring topography. So they were talking, and they are talking about Earth, not water.
So no, I hear you, Paper, but they still include water.
Yes,
as part of Earth.
I know.
Okay, thank you, sir.
But I think that they are not talking about.
They're not talking about waves, tides, land, mountains, valleys.
Yes, so when he is saying that the horizontal is parallel to Earth, I think that in this case it
just means horizontal.
About because horizontal normally is established on the land. Even on at the sea, it is hard or even impossible to do that. So I think that he's talking about Earth, real Earth.
He's talking about horizontal, because
yes,
the only thing that horizontal is parallel to is another horizontal. So therefore, the horizontal that he imagines the horizontal to be parallel to is what he imagines to be the ground, the Earth.
Yes. But ground means rather not water in that case. But still, of course, this is just silly.
But in this case, if it's sorry, just let me finish. Before, all right, just the thing is, the plane of the horizon is usually over water, and that's what I was trying to get at, because he was saying it's horizontal is all parallel, but they all are reference to the plane of the horizon.
Yes, it is, but horizon is a visual condition. So, and Earth is not. And he's saying that he's not saying that it is parallel to horizon. He said that it is parallel to Earth. So,
yeah, I know they are getting confused with the plane of the horizon being Earth. It's not us getting confused here; it's them.
Yes, I think so. Yes, they are confused in many ways.
I think he's just he's linked horizontal to being flat Earth. Nothing else, just horizontal. And I think it's been a clever trick by, I'd say, 10th Man. But it started with the QE did a modus tollens that involved the horizon. That was then developed upon. QE did the one where tried to give a distance.
Yeah,
a measured distance. Tolerance. And 10th Man came along and developed that. And now it's turned into an angle. But the angle needs certain requirements. Those are calculated requirements because not actually measured. But Dev can forget about that because it's required for this to be horizontal. There's a lot more required than that, but that's what their advanced simplicity has taken them to. The simpleness of their argument has been developed that it can't work without this horizontal baseline. Therefore, they've come to the conclusion that they have.
I do want to remind.
Fallacious. Go on, sorry.
Yeah, I do want to remind everybody that this little conversation that Flatzoid's having right at the moment is because No Tanks asked him specifically for his proof. So see if you can hear any of Flatzoid's proof. Anything Flatzoid has done himself and what he's talking about.
It's always the same as these other guys, isn't it? It's just bad-mouthing people, saying that you're a liar or you're no good at geometry or whatever. Rather than explaining anything of their side, they just bad-mouth the other people. Which, again, similarity. Thank you very much, Kevin. Exactly. Very same as the Flat Earth Society, again.
Then what is Earth? He just said measured. Yes, it's measured flat.
Again.
It's measured like how can you measure something flat?
If you are measuring along horizontal, like using measuring rod, and you are measuring flat, it means that you are measuring nothing because there would be no elevation change. This is what I imagine this statement would mean. If someone is measuring something flat, means that he measures zero elevation change. This is for me measuring something flat. But this is me.
Measuring something flat. It's crazy. Meaning that there would be no measurement.
Yeah.
So how can you measure a zero? That's not a measurement. It's a complete not that.
So,
yes, but if you have a certain point on measuring rod, and this is aligned with crosshair in auto level. So if this point stays at the same crosshair point or crosshair itself, it means that there is no elevation change. So you are measuring zero elevation change. So that would be for me measuring something flat. If we are measuring ground from ground, that would be that. But it doesn't. It means that because there are changes in elevation, it means that it is not flat. I don't get what he's talking about. This measuring flat.
I have to break in because I have to get Bev's take on this comment in the YouTube chat. His proof is this is the comment. His proof is the proof that horizontal is level and horizontal is a reference to the surface of the earth.
Yeah, I do get that. I do, you know, but that reference is the measured change.
Yeah. So not parallel.
Flat.
Yes, because it means that distance between horizontal and measuring rod on the ground, because measuring rod is on the ground, would not change. If, for example, measuring rod is going higher because the ground is higher, that would be less on measuring rod. And this less would be the difference on vertical datum.
Into the Break seems to be thinking that we're at odds here. We're not. We've proved that horizontals are parallel. Like, we're the ones with the arguments. We can prove these things. What we're saying is, it doesn't make the Earth flat. It makes the Earth measurably not flat. To say it's measurably flat is ridiculous.
It's just nonsense and not true.
Yeah.
Just not true. It is quite opposite.
I can't understand why people are saying like that we're at odds with them. Like, we're not. We're just standing up for reality and saying it's ridiculous to say that the Earth is measured flat, because it's not. It's measured not flat. The fact that you can make a measurement of elevation change means it's not flat. I don't get it. We've been saying it for, our statements and proofs have just got stronger, but we've been saying the same thing. We've just got more proof on proof on proof. That's what the discussion was meant to be about, not about people calling each other names and stuff. Playing it again with this is exactly the same stuff. It just goes round and round. A plane's 2D. It's a geometric term. If you want to say flat is as close as you can get to that in reality, then that's fine. But then you could have to say that the Earth is not flat, because it's not a plane.
Yeah.
Obviously.
This is my syllogism for Nathan Oakley. If Earth is flat and if plane is flat, therefore Earth is a plane. So this is a perfect, not perfect, but good syllogism, and the conclusion is completely true because it follows from premises. And of course, it is reductio ad absurdum because we know that Earth is not a plane. But if someone insists that plane is flat and Earth is flat, you can and you should create that syllogism. And I created that syllogism to show how absurd a conclusion someone should draw from these premises. And as far as I know, this syllogism stands still, is irrefutable.
Nobody seems to have come up with an argument or anything to support their position, or even to rebut. They just state stupid things like that's not an argument, or that's a straw man, or, you know, like ridiculous claims that mean nothing. Into the breaks, building Lego upon the green plate. But what you'd have to do then into the break is, can you show me the Earth? Where is the Earth that we can partake in viewing it? Because I don't think there's a green Lego tile somewhere. But I mean, if that's what you're talking about, can you show it us, please?
And I disagree. The surface of the Lego plate is not smooth, but it is flat. No, it is not smooth and not flat, definitely.
Yeah.
It's not flat. If it were flat, you couldn't attach this Lego blocks into that plate.
You might be careful though, because you might use the pancake defense.
Okay, but
with
still,
the Lego base tile.
It is visual condition, so we can see that it is not flat.
Yeah, there's all sorts of arguments that can be made and that have been made, and they are very troubling. There's the perpendicular argument that Betty brought in, Betty's perpendicular argument. That's caused a lot of people problems, like a lot of people. Perpendicularity has consequences, like north, south, east and west have a perpendicularity to them, just like vertical and horizontal have perpendicularity, like Flatzoid's trying to talk about. I wonder whether Flatzoid would like to entertain that particular perpendicular argument through geometry in part of the proof series, and how you can have proofs of certain things, because it works similar to the parallel proof, doesn't it? But it an actual argument. Betty didn't bend the Lego plate. No, it didn't. Betty came up with the perpendicular argument. He didn't bend anything. Let me get it. I'll put it on screen. Oh, I bet it's miles back. It was the perpendicular argument. We've done so many arguments and stuff that it takes a little bit of time to get used to. There's that one. Oh, wow, this is quite a long way back, haven't it? How many things do we want to go over? Perpendicular. This is the one. This is Betty's perpendicular argument. Just remember, this is made by Betty. A is perpendicular to B. Statement 1. Two lines of A perpendicular to the same line, B. Therefore, logically, all three lines of A are parallel to each other. 3. All lines of A are parallel to each other. Do you agree? 2 lines perpendicular to an other line, so there's 3 lines, means that those 2 lines that are perpendicular to the third line will be parallel to each other. It's a geometric statement backed by a Euclidean proof. So the question is, how many perpendiculars in reality obey this proof, this geometric proof? How many claimed perpendiculars that exist in reality? There's no bending of anything. Well, hey, these are just arguments made by people within logic. People will dismiss them as, you know, straw men or nobody made that argument. Betty did.
Interesting. Go ahead, Essie. Interesting. Thanks. Yeah.
If I may, thanks. I'd like to ask both participants, Is flat a shape?
Two-dimensionally, no.
No.
What do you mean
Flat
two-dimensionally?
Flat just describes. That's what that flat does.
So
it
if you say the
describes.
Earth is flat, right? So if you say the Earth is flat, is that a correct statement?
Yes, I'm describing Earth. I'm not saying it's a shape.
No, hang on. Pardon me. You guys are both flat earthers. So why are you guys arguing?
No, Bev's not a flat earther.
No, he is. No, the guy.
I'm not asking this question.
Bev isn't. No, but the other fella we're talking, we're all flat earthers, man. But the only reason I'm talking is because Dede is saying I was talking shite. When have I ever talking shite on the channel? Guys, you know, I am looking at the most beautiful sunrise here. It's 7:30 a.m. Bev, are you all right? You guys in a conversation? Because I'm not seeing any.
Buddy, it's flat a shape. It's flat a shape.
Who's talking?
The guy with
here?
the sunrise, with the beautiful sunrise. It's
It's in
flat.
Montreal.
Bro,
It's in
Mister,
Montreal. How
please,
you
is
got,
flat
mate?
a shape?
Well, flat
doing
isn't a
good,
shape.
bro, but
Flat
please.
isn't a shape. Flat is horizontal, don't you think?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
No,
Flat is horizontal.
Flat is horizontal there from the crowd. After a type
Again.
of obfuscation.
And by the way, Flatzoid said that in 2D, in 2 dimensions, it is not shape. But
Which would imply that in another dimension it might be different.
Might be different, yeah. And by the way, he said that this is the description, but I am sorry. But definition is the description of the thing. So description is not something outside of definition. Or at least it has to be coherent with definition. Because description of the thing cannot be contradictive to definition of the thing. So when he's talking that this is just description, it means also that it has to at least not violate definition of the thing. And of course he violated, because he said that flat means also elevation change. For him it is also flat, so that would be that violation.
Can you have a flat wall? Can a wall be flat?
Yes. But a wall is 3-dimensional.
Is a wall horizontal?
But a wall is 3-dimensional.
Oh, so pancake was 2-dimensional and now wall is 3-dimensional.
Yeah.
Strange.
Yeah, he swaps between his flat that is 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional whenever he wants to. Equivocating. Like, there's another group of people that do that. Well,
vertical.
Is a wall horizontal?
Vertical.
Thank you. That's it. It's not difficult. This is not anything to argue about, guys. Simple.
Great. But show me, can you get walls that are said to be flat and not perfectly flat? Maybe if you haven't realized, you can do what Rumpus does and say, oh, we can go into microns on a wall and see that it's not flat, because that's exactly what Bev is trying to do.
Yeah, you can. I'd say it again, Flatzoids. You cannot prove flat.
You did this whole evening,
No,
Bev.
No, you can disprove
Yes, you did.
flatness. You cannot prove
Sorry.
it.
Flat is 2-dimensional. We live in 3-dimensional reality,
So
we
therefore you can
describe
disprove
it. No, we describe it as overall flat, Bev. So from point A to point B has topography.
See, he's just said flat is 2D. So therefore, if you can measure it in reality, you can disprove flat
Yes,
being
because
2D. Like, you can disprove it in many different ways.
Yes, because if we have horizontal plane, it means that our first two dimensions are on that plane or in that plane, horizontal plane. So third dimension is only, which only left here to measure is vertical. So it means that whatever is not in that plane is not flat. So he's just shooting his foot and he cannot notice that.
Over a flat horizontal baseline, which you have been saying in the whole night. We require horizontals to do anything.
All I've ever said is that I can prove level is horizontal, right? But that does not prove the Earth is flat. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, it does.
Well, there you go. How do you represent your proof? Like, if I can go out there, right, and prove that a straight line lies within a plane, and that plane is horizontal, therefore the horizontal plane can be established in reality, right? If I can prove that, how
that's
can
pure
you,
theory, though,
how
Bev.
can you
You're
make
talking
that
about
a
theory.
proof of flat Earth? Tell me, how,
I got an
how
idea.
can you
I got an
transition
idea.
it?
I got an idea, Bev. Since you're the one that has the burden to prove it's not flat, because you're claiming horizontal means it's not flat, you go ahead and prove it to us. How's that?
Elevation. How about that as well?
Okay, so he's talking about burden of proof. No, if someone has positive proof, the burden of proof, of positive proof, is on him. And by the way, you have already disproven this claim that the Earth is flat. So that his positive proof for flat Earth would be only rebuttal to your disproof.
Well, he's trying to say, though, right, one of the stages of us being able to prove that level is horizontal, right, that the Earth is not flat, is to show that level's horizontal, that you can then measure elevation changes from that. Well, Flatzoid's going to try and say that that proof that we can give for level being horizontal, not the proof that Flatzoid can give, because he can't. He hasn't got a clue what proof is. He's just going to say that that proof is the proof of the flat Earth, because he's twisted. There's something gone wrong mentally.
Of course, because you cannot have contradictory conclusion from one proof. So if you have one argument, like your modus tollens, you cannot have two conclusions, because you are checking your consequent, in that case, consequent. So if you are checking consequent to be, in that case, positive, because the statement is negative, so there are elevation changes, this is positive, and your statement is negative, that would be no elevation changes. So that would be consequent of Earth being flat. So you cannot have and not have elevation changes. This is what his meaning of proof implies, that you can have elevation changes and you can't have elevation changes. It is impossible. You have or you haven't got. You have to choose.
Dilithius can, though.
Yes, yes. You cannot have elevation changes and not having elevation changes at the same time. This is impossible.
It's like Brenda taught us in the dialetheism. Once you include the middle, you can have some ground where both are possible. You can add a middle ground somewhere.
Something between yes or no. Yeah.
That both yes and no of varying degrees.
Yes, this is one of the way how to put something in the middle between yes or no is adding soletism. So this is like this flat, or for example, statement that Mr. Smith is very much married. So if, of course, we can say that Mr. Smith is married or he is not married. But if someone's saying very much married, it means that this Mr. Smith can be only married, so less married than married. So then there is a gap. You are creating a gap between yes or no, and you can have less married. So
sort
this
of like
is how
the inclusion of a flat plane.
Yes, I am talking about Mr. Smith because it is analogy.
Yeah.
How sophist is creating this third option that is not there.
Yeah, like saying a flat plane.
Yeah, flat plane, yes, because normally it is description of you can say that flat plane is flat because it is included in the name. So by very fact that the plane is, it is also flat. So you can say that by the very fact that you are saying word plane, you imply 2 dimensions only, exclusively 2 dimensions. So if you are adding this flat, so if sophist is adding flat, he's not just making soletisms, redundant word, which should not be there, but it is not untrue. So he is doing this for purpose. And this purpose is shown later when he is elaborating with that new expression. And we can see that they use this flat plane to relate that with flat earth.
No, I don't think you're quite seeing these are long-term things. So the inclusion of flat plane now will help the curved plane in a bit. Nobody else is talking about this sort of stuff, but within a year or two, you will hear the counter to the flat plane, which is the curved surface, the 2-dimensional curved surface of a ball.
Yes, but it is already there. So yes, they say that curved is 2D. They don't say that it is plane.
Not yet.
But not yet. But they will, of course, because if plane may be flat, it means that it may be not also.
So it may just be 2D.
Yes, 2D, but still not flat.
Yeah.
So we can have 2D plane being flat and 2D plane being not flat.
Yeah, that's what's coming. That's the
I agree.
2023
yes.
now. It's starting to be implemented, and this is like the end of the line, really. When you think of all of the stuff that's going on in the world with people lying to people about all sorts of different things. Well, this is sort of an end game arena that we're in here. And these guys are showing what extremes they can actually go to. And this is about as extreme as you could ever get. They're basically bending the laws of geometry for a model.
Yeah, and this is how soletism works. So soletism is at start seems to be only redundant but true description, and some people will say, okay, but this is not error. Yes, because it is not error, but this is method how to use sophistry later. So I am very sensitive to soletism, maybe even oversensitive.
Well,
But
I can see where this leads, and people are thinking at the minute. People like Flatzoid and Nathan Oakley are helping them. They are not. They're just making things a lot worse and a lot harder for people to be able to communicate within this arena anywhere, because this is a testing ground for what people can get away with elsewhere.
Yes. So yes,
These people that train in this arena don't just stay in this arena. Certain people do and never leave this arena, but other people come in this arena to learn.
Yeah. They will. So this is testing field. This arena is testing field, and some people will be testing here their sophistry, and then they will use that sophistry elsewhere. So yeah, because this is logic, and so sophistry is, you can learn logic and use it everywhere, but you also can learn sophistry and use it also everywhere.
Yeah.
Not only here.
Yeah, but it does help to know the logic side to it, to be able to implement the sophistry in a way that,
Absolutely.
you know, like there are tricks. That's real life magic.
Yes, that's why it is really nearly impossible to have honest sophist. Because to be good sophist, you really need to know this real logic.
Yeah, and you can't go with it. It can't be actual. You can't just use actual logic and argumentation and then claim to be a sophist.
Yes, but you have to, let's say, cheat logic. To cheat logic, to try to cheat logic, you need to know what you are cheating. Because you have to be smart. Because you have to hide that you are cheating logic. So you really need to know how logic works, because otherwise it would be only failed attempts. But sophists, I think that they are pretty much very well aware how logic works. So I would say that they are dishonest.
Well, I'd say that some people aren't aware of how logic works and think that what they have is logic. And they're very easily influenced. In fact, most of the people within this arena, I'd say, have been programmed to be acceptable to certain suggestions.
Yes, because they are learned or taught that this is logic, that sophistry is logic, or that argument, which is not real argument, or it is probable argument, they take that as granted, as solid proof. So probable proof, they take as solid proof. And it means that they don't know how real proof works, that there is something more than probable proof. And they think that this is the best proof as humanity can have. because they don't know, let's say, Aristotelian logic. And they are armless. They cannot defend. They are not able to spot bullshit.
Elevation changes prove the Earth is not flat. That's very
pancakes.
simple.
Pancakes have elevation angles on it if you wanted to. Does that make a pancake not flat, Bev?
Pancakes have
Yes,
elevation angles.
yeah, pancakes. Yeah.
I mean, oh, dude.
Same red herring. Yeah.
Terrible. Pancakes have elevation angles. Do they, though? Do they? I'm not so sure I could go with that one. I'm saying you can prove the Earth is not flat because of elevation changes. It's simple as that, right? It's just a simple modus tollens. If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. Simple.
You guys got any questions still? Because it's getting quite late by me.
I still want to hear your proof, like Bev has an actual
Thanks,
proof
I
that
gave
I could
it.
do and you could do.
Dude,
Like,
just because you white knight, just because you guys are white knighting for Bev doesn't make his horizontals not proof for a flat Earth. It's just you guys denying everything he brought up.
There you go. Horizontals proof for a flat Earth. Like I don't. He doesn't even know how.
Yes, this is my problem, because in order to give proof, you need to know how it is proven. So you have to make that statement, this syllogism or modus ponens. In that case, would be rather modus ponens. If horizontals are parallel, therefore Earth is flat. But of course, there is no link. So you need, so modus tollens would not work because there is no link between antecedent and consequent. So you need a middle term. So that would be not modus ponens, but syllogism, full syllogism. So between these statements, you need to put something in the middle to have this link, this middle term. To have connection, middle term has to be connected with premise and conclusion, because these two statements are not connected. So the connection would be middle term. And of course, he is not able to do that because he doesn't know how syllogism work for the first.
See, perhaps he's heard about the argument. It's what the argument's there for. It's up for discussion. That's the whole point of an argument. The one that ends up with all horizontals being parallel. Like, I mean, it's just an argument. That's a conclusion. Discuss. It's not got anybody's name to it. It's just a few statements. Simple argument about horizontals and the plane of the horizon.
Right, but because this conclusion is true, it means that you can, and anybody can, use that conclusion as premise in his next syllogism, for example. So if horizontals are parallel, then something, middle term, and
then you could measure an elevation change and register that as an elevation above a certain point.
Yes, that would be you, but for him would be if horizontals are parallel and if middle term, this is for Flatzoid. Therefore, Earth is flat. So he needs to fill the middle term. Because if you say if horizontals are parallel, therefore Earth is flat, no link. Subjects are different, and predications are completely different. So there is no link between subjects and no link between predications. So you need something in middle term, at least, to create argument for him. I am taking, let's say, his position, how to create proof for flat Earth. And of course, I cannot see anything to fit middle term, but Flatzoid should try. And it is the burden of proof is on him in that case. So this is his homework to create syllogism. If horizontals are parallel, and if middle term, therefore Earth is flat. There we go.
See, this is where I come into it, right? Because I did come in following and wanting to ask questions with Jesse Kozlowski. And I think that's where the big trick's been played. And, you know, Nathan Oakley, QE, all of those people have never really took on the practical application of all of this stuff, right? The Earth is measured. Why not deal with how the Earth is measured in reality? Practical.
Yeah, but he said that.
How can no? I mean, see, how can they go for so long not acquiring actual proofs of the very thing they're talking about? Why? How can they have not done that and now end up in the position that they're in, stating that a horizontal proves a flat Earth, when that horizontal is necessary to be established for you to measure the Earth to be not flat? How did they get here? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, this is question for them, of course, but still, if you can prove with horizontals being parallel that the Earth is not flat, it means that you cannot prove that the Earth is flat with these horizontals, because you cannot have two outcomes from one proof, and you cannot have two contradictory conclusions from one argument. So it is impossible.
So that's why they just have to say it's not an argument and dismiss it.
Yes, but it is, of course, it is not a true statement about argument.
That's the tactics. That's the group of people that we've got involved with. I don't know how we got involved with it, how we got to this position, but there's a lot of people that have been taught, taken on, paralogized contradictions. And they get really upset when you point them out. To the fact, to the point that they will publicly shame you, slander you, and try and stop people from talking to you when you do just want to talk to people.
Yes, but in fact, I would say that if someone is calling names suddenly, because in fact it was suddenly, so there was no let's say antecedent for that. So I would say that from his side it was just a script, so he would call you names anyway, whatever it would be, because I think it was in his script. but still, for me, if someone is calling names, he's losing conversation, debate, or whatever. So, but for some people, it is good. It is good entertainment. Not for me, but for some people, it is.
I've been told by the Globe guys that Flatzoid absolutely smashed me in that debate. Made me look like a fool, apparently.
Maybe if you start, when he started calling you names, they think that it is his winning argument or what? I don't know.
They would know because they're on the same side. So it's many of the same type of arguments. So I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. They're using the similar type of arguments, so therefore, Flatzoid's non-argument was just the sort of stuff that they like to imagine
being argument.
Yeah. Yeah, because if what Flatzoid did is the winning way to deal with any conversation with anybody like us, like with a geometric argument or an actual argument, then that's the way you have to deal with it, because they're irrefutable arguments.
Yeah. He cannot refute that. So his last stand will be always slandering or calling names or whatever, or making strawmans, or just dismiss, hand wave dismissing. This is what they do, and because they cannot address argument. First, because they cannot address argument because they are not able to do that, because they don't know what argument is and what rebuttal to that argument should be. This is only way that they can operate. Slandering, calling names, ad homs, strawmans, red herring, etc. Projection. There was some projections from Flatzoid always in this discussion. So he was reversing what he was doing on you. When he hold contradiction, he is saying that you have contradiction, etc. This is projection.
Yeah, well, I've worked out, I think I've got about 6 arguments. And from what we've seen, these arguments are not for this arena. In fact, they would, in a roundabout way, sort of prove the arena dogmatic and help people understand why you shouldn't come into this arena. Like they would be forbidden arguments within this arena, because they take you out of this arena and put you into a reality perspective. Get ready for some upset people. The arguments are already there. You've seen what's happened with most of them. Why don't flat earthers like the horizontal being all horizontals being parallel argument? The argument, like I called it 2 years ago.
Yes, Nathan Oakley, even at he was trying to use with his housekeeping questions. It was not about that concretely. It was about level being horizontal, something like that. But I think that he abandoned that.
Curve, an angle to a curve was the other one. I mean, not that, you know, it was us that said it first, even though we were talking about it. But it's like it's a geometric statement that's being made. I don't think these geometric statements were getting made earlier.
It was added later. Can you acquire elevation angle from the curved baseline or what, something like that?
Yeah.
So they used that.
And
like
he's upset
intuit-
now because we have you can do fuck all with an angle, which is a bit of a better, you know, like it's. But I don't think the tagline would have worked for him as well. But it's along a similar line.
Yes, but still, it was about curving lines. But
you just have to show them the definition of an angle.
Yeah,
like that's a ridiculous question to be asking. I think for Nathan to add that on to his housekeeping questions was showing. I mean, I know that most of the other ones are ridiculous questions in him asking for ridiculous things, but that one was one of the silliest. Because I don't think anyone's ever said that as a reply. Well, the definition of an angle is it requires two straight lines, so it would be impossible. He's asking for the impossible.
Yeah, but of course, Globers try. So, for example, Flat Earth Math lately, and before him, some people, Ruhif and McToon, they think that you can have angle using curved line. So, or they are just trolling.
They don't think you can make an angle with a curved line. They just don't have a triangle. They just imagine the opposite side on Ruhif's behalf, and McToon. McToon's calling Nathan Oakley and 10th Man's bluff, and Nathan Oakley and 10th Man have got themselves into a situation that they can't call McToon without exposing their bluff. It's a very clever thing, almost orchestrated.
Maybe.
Orchestrated to obfuscate. Leave both sides not knowing what's actually going on. We've got a good video. I'll be putting it out maybe tomorrow. Don't think we're going to go live tomorrow. So, but we're going to go over a thing about the celestial navigation stuff, the history of. It's going to be a classic. You'll love it.
Okay. Very interesting. Although I'm not really. I know something, but really, it's just a vague idea about that stuff.
Yeah, well, this is from the experts. This is from the society guys. So yeah, we'll be going over that tomorrow in Discord. If anybody wants to come round, usual time. I think we've done with Flatzoid. There's another hour or whatever of him asking questions and going round and round in loops. I think Flatzoid disappeared.
Yeah. Okay, I am off to bed.
Much,
Good night.
Yeah, see ya. Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks, Skeptic. Skeptic says thanks for this presentation, Bev. Not really done any presentation. I should do more, really. And I will be getting onto the board and doing all of that sort of stuff once we start getting rid of this stuff. We've got to get rid of the flat earth because it's ridiculous. And the people that are going to be upset about what we say, well, they're going to be upset about what we say. Tough times. So thank you very much, Skeptic. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening. I'm going to have to go. Any requests? Rob Keen's normally around. We doing the chance to get to the board or whatever. Anybody else want to have a go? Make a request about Buster?
Yep.
Oh.
Advanced simplicity, please.
It's all
Which
yours,
one?
Kevin. I got yesterday.
The one with the professor, I would like.
Ontology.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Okay,
that's my favorite.
Yeah, they're all your Rob. We know.
Okay, now this
Thanks, bud.
advanced simplicity was wrote for this type of epoche, ataraxia.
I think
the
it's
sort of stuff that we
a good
go
one.
over, and this one I particularly like because this brings in the philosophy and the geometry together. I think it's genius. So thank you very much for watching. Come and join us in Discord tomorrow. Click that link and get in. This tomorrow will be something. We might bring it to live. We'll have to, we'll ask people, see what we're doing. But it's definitely an on the level type thing. So come into Discord. See you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Hey, what's going on? There you go.
Let me give you an analogy. And I already have the idea in my mind. Existence must be necessary to the idea.
Advanced simplicity takes hold. You find the truth from things of old.
I have an idea in my mind. I have an idea in my mind that a triangle exists. The idea in my mind. But the angles of a triangle do not add up to 180 degrees. Think about it. I have an idea in my mind that a triangle exists. But the angles of a triangle do not add up to 180 degrees. What's the conclusion?
We are on the road, suspending judgment until the truth is known.
Think about it.
You will find peace within, in the midst of all these troubled souls.
I have an idea in my mind. What's the conclusion? You don't know what a triangle is. Or you're flat out contradicting yourself.
Advanced simplicity takes hold.
You're flat out contradicting yourself.
You'll find the truth from things of old.
You don't know what a triangle is. Or you're flat out contradicting yourself. Just as it is necessary for a triangle to have 180 degrees. What's the conclusion? You don't know what a triangle is. Or you're flat out contradicting yourself. Think about it. It is necessary for a triangle to have 180 degrees. That is a necessary property of triangularity, triangleness.
We are on the road, suspending judgment until the truth is known.
Think about it.
You will find peace within, in the midst of all these troubled souls.
Therefore, the fool is in a self-contradiction. He violates the principle of non-contradiction.
There's no end game in mind.
Therefore, the fool
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
Violates the principle of non-contradiction.
There's no end game in mind.
The fool
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
Therefore, the fool is in a self-contradiction. He violates the principle of non-contradiction. He simultaneously says, I have an idea of God, and then I don't have an idea of God.
Everyone must see it for themselves. The truth is there for you to find.
Think about it.